Good morning, Ms Batten.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning we have the Associate Secretary of the Department of Defence, Mr Matthew Yiannopoulos. I call Mr Yiannopoulos and ask that he be administered the oath, please.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Commissioners, we have a tender list for today. It is 14 pages in length. There are some ongoing revisions in relation to the claims, but what I would propose to do is to tender the documents on the basis that they are described in the current list, and then, if necessary, tender a revised list at the end of today.
Thank you. How many pages is it, Ms Batten?
It's 14 pages.
14, okay. Thank you. They'll be accepted into evidence then on that basis and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Associate Secretary, you commenced as Associate Secretary of Defence on the 5th of October 2021.
That's correct.
And you are the Accountable Officer for Effective Governance at the enterprise level.
Yes.
And you are also the Accountable Officer for Risk Management at the enterprise level.
Yes.
In discharging your role, you hold a number of positions, including Chair of the Enterprise Business Committee.
That's correct.
And the Enterprise Business Committee is responsible for exercising strategic control over the corporate and military functions of the single defence organisation, enabling its effective operations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that the systems that enable strong performance reporting and accountability are critical to defence.
Yes.
Operator, would you please display ACA 1001 0005 1629 at 1677. This is the Defence Transformation Strategy from 2020. Are you familiar with the transformation strategy?
Yes, I am.
And could we expand, please, Initiative 3.5, the whole of paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 identified a number of priority reform areas of focus. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's the paragraph above that. Thank you. And the one that we're particularly interested in is 3.5, institute an improved enterprise performance management and reporting framework. So that was one of the priority reform areas identified in the transformation strategy.
Yes, Council.
And can we turn to page 1697? And expand, this is under Initiative 3.5, and expand the third paragraph. Defence must be able to provide government and defence decision makers with a clear, traceable evidence base to support the decisions required, particularly in terms of significant changes to policy, resources or funding. So the question for you is, improving enterprise performance measurement was a priority when you commenced in your role as Associate Secretary?
Yes, it was, Council.
Operator, would you please display DEF 1341 0002 0092? This is an Enterprise Business Committee paper dated the 16th of March, and you authorised this paper to agree the scope of work for Initiative 3.5 of the Transformation Strategy. Is that right? I can take you to the page if that assists.
Yeah, just the date is different than the date on the top. Could you take me to the
certainly.
Last page of the document.
If we go to 0096, please. Just the page before, I think, yeah. So that's where the 16 March date comes from and authorised by you. So we understand it that this is a paper dated the 16th of March 2022 for the Enterprise Business Committee meeting on the 23rd of March 2023.
Yes, thanks, Council.
Okay. Could we please go back to page 0092 at paragraph and expand the second paragraph 2 under background. And I just want to confirm with you what the Initiative 3.5 required. So in this paper, it stated Initiative 3.5 requires A, performance reporting that is clearly aligned to strategic objectives. That was one of the elements of Initiative 3.5.
That's correct.
And then B, meaningful performance measures linked to trusted information that is focused on areas that require active decision-making, particularly where it involves significant changes to policy, capability or resourcing. That was another element of Initiative 3.5.
Yes, it was, Council.
And the third element was investment in driving performance-based behaviours with a strong outcome focus.
Yes, Council.
Could we please then expand paragraph 1 under background? Just read this out for the transcript. Defence must be able to demonstrate in a clear, integrated and transparent fashion that we are delivering on our policy, capability and operational requirements. We must also be able to demonstrate the achievement of value for money from the investment made by government and the Australian public in alignment with Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act 2013, PGP Act requirements. So you would agree that it was a priority to demonstrate to the government and the Australian public that Defence was achieving value for money?
Yes.
Could we please go to paragraph 7, which is on the next page? Thank you. And expand paragraph, maybe just A for the minute so it's big for everyone. 7 and 7A, thank you. Early on in your tenure as Associate Secretary, based on key sources and stakeholder engagement across all groups and services, you identified that Defence's approach to enterprise level performance is disaggregated.
Yes, Council.
And in part, this was because corporate performance, strategy, policy and operational performance are all managed by different teams across Defence and are reported through separate committees.
Yes, Council.
Did you agree with this assessment?
Yes.
And when you talk about separate committees, are you talking about the Defence Enterprise Committee structures?
No, I'm more talking about committees that existed within each group or service in their own in governance for that group or service line.
Okay, so that suggests the extent of the problem is even greater if it extends to all of those committees than just being at an enterprise committee level.
So what I was suggesting is the enterprise committees did not have a single set of performance measures that were enterprise-wide or whole of defence, if you like. What we were doing was extracting from individual group or service performance outcomes and calling them whole of defence or enterprise. The change I wanted was to have from the highest level, from the outcomes that are set by government, new performance measures that drove the entire defence organisation in one coherent way, with clarity over the individuals that are accountable for that whole of defence or enterprise measure, so that we could more easily be clear on our resource allocation and our treatments of risk. So it was the maturity that I was seeking against how it was operating when I arrived.
Just to clarify, based on this document at this time, through the issues reported through separate committees, issues are not just at an enterprise level, it's all the way to the groups and services. So does that mean that it was a widespread problem that the approach to enterprise level performance was disaggregated?
Council, it was a problem that we didn't have a coherent enterprise level performance system. That's not to say that there wasn't performance measurement occurring in group and service lines. So I just want to be clear
I
on the
understand that.
proposition.
I'm talking about enterprise level performance, and I'm just trying to clarify, it's not just at the enterprise level committees, it's that the groups and services don't have that enterprise level performance guidance.
If you like, they didn't nest into an architecture, a reporting architecture from the highest level that was not in place.
So in terms of who doesn't have that enterprise level performance, it's not just at the enterprise level, it's all the way down to the groups and services as well. So it's quite a widespread problem.
Yes, I think that's fair.
And the committee structure is a central part of Defence's accountability structure.
Yes, it is.
And the committee structure's object is to assure that Defence's strategy, capability and resources are aligned.
Yeah, that is the purpose of the committee structure.
And more specifically, the Enterprise Business Committee supports the Defence Committee and executes the accountabilities of the Associate Secretary, ensuring enterprise strategy, capability and resources are aligned with government's priorities, policy and legislative requirements.
Yes, I think that's right.
So rather than assuring that Defence is aligned, you identified that the committee structure was contributing to disaggregated enterprise level performance.
I'm not sure the committee structure was contributing to disaggregated performance. The performance system was not clear in how that was operating, rather than the committees themselves.
Can you just clarify?
I guess I'm distinguishing between the process by which measures were set and how they were then assembled and aggregated to report performance. That was not being driven by the committee's process. That was being driven by the individual accountabilities. The change I was trying to bring was from the highest level, our outcomes for government, building a enterprise performance system that was more clearly linking priorities and resourcing to the outcomes government seek of us.
But isn't what you're saying here that there was no consistent approach to enterprise level performance, and so the committees, that was happening through separate committees, and so the fact that it was happening, that the performance was happening through separate committees in different ways was contributing to disaggregated enterprise level performance?
I guess I'm seeking to not make the strong connection between the performance measurement and the committees. I don't think they were tightly connected. So there was performance measures occurring, performance work occurring in groups and services, we were reporting to government in our annual report and in our corporate plan and in our portfolio budget statements, but they were not, in my judgment, assembled as a whole of defence piece of work. They were assured through the process through our Audit and Risk Committee, but they did not do what I was trying to do, which was have this new set of enterprise measures. So I just, what I'm worried about in my evidence is it's not that these other committees were establishing new performance measures for enterprise, that they might have been helping their relevant group head or service chief with their own measures, but they were not participating in the enterprise system.
And so the material point, though, isn't it, is that there's not an aggregated approach to enterprise level performance. There's not a consistent
At that time, that's right.
time. And because strategy, policy and operational performance were managed by different teams and reported through separate committees, that was contributing to that lack of a consistent enterprise level performance approach.
I accept that.
You also identified early on in your tenure as secretary, and this is paragraph B of this document, if we could please expand that there is no centralised performance mechanism or capability in defence, which is what I think that you were just referring to. And you highlighted that this meant that both senior leaders in defence and the Australian government lack the information required to determine if the collective efforts of the organisation are achieving the desired effects. So that's what you found at that time?
Yes.
Can you just clarify for us, what are the impacts on the organisation of not having centralised performance mechanism or capability?
So by my judgment, it means that members and staff in our organisation are less clear about the objectives of the whole organisation for government. They will then tend to have visibility of only their group or service objectives and not the one defence objectives that government seeks of us.
But isn't this related to performance mechanism? How does that relate to performance mechanism?
Well, performance mechanisms will give you the measures of success. If you're not finding success, then usually you will need to mitigate that in some way, allocate further resources, reprioritise, change the way that is working. So if what we're trying to achieve is an integrated outcome for government, then the performance measures at the highest level help the senior team make judgments about where we need to move resources, focus, or mitigate risks.
Can you clarify, how has the lack of centralised performance mechanism or capability impact any particular aspects of your role within the enterprise?
I would just say the lack of it makes it harder to assess the interdependencies between activities that the department is operating. It makes it harder to make judgments about resource allocations, so both people and financial. And it makes it harder to judge, are our risks being mitigated in the right way?
You mentioned it being harder to allocate resources, both people and financial. How do you prioritise resources when you don't have accurate information about effectiveness of mechanisms?
Professional judgment, talking with teams, accessing the data we do have to make sense of it, listening to our staff or ADF members as we move around the organisation. So if you like, without a strong enterprise data set that enables us to do this, we have to do it based on conversation, based on asks. Folks ask for more resources, and then we make judgments based on whether we can see that the case is justified. against what else is going on in the organisation.
Would you accept, though, that there's limitations on that, on transparency with that approach?
In the sense that it's not methodologically able to be, it's not repeatable because it's more subjective versus objective evidence that leads to the conclusion. It's transparent in the sense that when the decision is made, that is understood. But if you like, the workings of how we got to that decision will be less so because it's not based on hard enterprise performance data.
And do you think that that is a practical approach in such a large organisation?
Well, Council, I think it's practical, but it's also necessary. We're embarked upon a program, started with that transformation strategy, being delivered through measures like this enterprise performance focus, through my enterprise resource planning system, to bring more data together to help us make decisions more informed by data. But in advance of that, we still have to make decisions every day, and that's the judgment that myself and my senior colleagues have to make on any day to enable us to operate as an enterprise.
Operator, would you please highlight paragraph C of this document, 7C? You also identified early on in your tenure as Associate Secretary that performance measurement is not primarily about informing defence leaders on the success of their policies and activities. Rather, it primarily operates to meet external reporting requirements. Is that right?
So, Council, so we're talking at enterprise level. Yes, that is true. It was largely a compliance activity to meet our obligations under the PGPA Act to inform the Parliament. You know, that old adage, you get what you measure. In this case, the measurement was to fulfil some statutory reporting obligations. It did not drive the performance of the enterprise. That's the change I wanted to make.
And more than that, in the second sentence, the relationship between internal group or services performance service measurement approaches and the criteria, methodologies and data sources used for external performance reporting is limited. Can you clarify, what did you mean by that?
What I mean by that is, so each group and service had performance measurement. I'm not sure, I can't remember the name of the notice, but there's a notice that explains the committees that exist in each group or service. Chief of Army was here last week. He has a Chief of Army Strategic Advisory Committee, I think it's called. There is reporting going to the Chief of Army, and there was and there still is. What I mean by that is that reporting is not connected to an enterprise set of measures, and so we're not able to then report that out externally, and so it assisted group or service heads in managing their business, but not in running the enterprise.
I think you just referred to it did not drive performance of the enterprise. What problems were you seeing as a result of this?
I wasn't necessarily seeing problems. It was more that earlier observation I made, Council, about being able to reprioritise or move resources. We were unable to see that in context of our enterprise performance. So we needed to act in what was coming to us as a request versus sensing what's not working at the enterprise and then making judgments about what we would do to intervene or to assist.
Just still on this last sentence in C, was it the relationship between the group and services performance and the criteria, methodologies and data used for external performance reporting that was limited? Or was there also limitations with the criteria, methodologies and data sources for external performance itself?
To try and be clear, it is the criteria, methodologies and data sources were not running as an enterprise system.
Operator, could we please expand paragraph 7E? This goes over the page, so if it were possible to expand the whole paragraph, please. You also found that those performance measures were overly simplistic. Is that right?
Yes.
And did not translate into clear or measurable metrics to give a unified understanding of the effectiveness of Defence's policies and activities?
Yes, Council.
And could we also please expand paragraph F at the same time? Relatedly, you found that Defence had limited ability to identify trends or support predictive analysis.
Yes, Council.
And that would include, for example, trends about areas of psychosocial risk.
I think this was mid-22, so yes, Council.
And the reason given for that failing is that Defence has poor data and analytics and uses point-in-time performance assessment rather than longitudinal assessment processes. Is that a reasonable statement?
That was a reasonable statement in mid-22 when that, or early 22, I think if it was March 22 when this paper was authored. I think we're in slightly better shape now, but I certainly would not claim that we are where we want to get to.
I would definitely come back to these and understand where you're at now. We just want to understand the landscape as it was in March 2022. With that statement about poor data and analytics, does your criticism also extend to the robustness of Defence data?
Yes.
So if we could please expand all of paragraph 7, most of which we've been through. Do you agree that that is a long list of failings in the effectiveness of the governance of Defence?
I agree that it's a long list of issues in performance management of Defence or performance measurement, not that it's necessarily a failure of governance of Defence.
Do you not see performance measurement as essential to governance?
I see there's a strong connection, but as I offered, in the absence of that, we have to do it through an alternative means, and I think by and large that has been effective. It could be more effective, so I concede that this where we found ourselves when I joined was not where we need to be. I accept that our governance system continues to need improvement, but I guess I don't accept that because of that our governance is ineffective.
So how I put it was there's a long list of failings in the effectiveness of the governance. Not that governance was ineffective, but I understand what you're saying. Do you accept that there's significant enterprise-wide systems issues?
Can we narrow it a little bit? Because we have a lot of systems. many of them are effective and do the tasks that they will perform. So are you talking about in the context of performance measurement?
Specifically in relation to enterprise level performance.
Yes, I accept that.
And each of the issues alone was problematic,
Yes.
and together the 6 issues were significant challenges for Defence in relation to assessing and reporting performance accurately.
Yes, Council.
And strong performance reporting is necessary to identify gaps,
Yes, Council.
and addressing the issues is crucial.
Yes, Council.
Do you agree that the status outlined in this briefing confirmed the importance of implementing Initiative 3.5 of the Transformation Strategy with some degree of urgency,
Yeah, yes, Council.
but also that the implementation of Initiative 3.5 needed to be effective?
Absolutely. It was a change at the enterprise level. So it is both complex then by nature, and to be effective, it needs to amend the way we are working in performance measurement.
And do the limitations in paragraph 7, do these limitations affect the visibility of suicide trends?
Yes, they do.
I just want to take you briefly to the proximity document. This is, operator, if you'd please display DEF 1330030561 at 0574. And would you please expand observation 6? Sorry, I'll say it again in case that helps. DEF 1330030561 at 0574. And if we could please expand observation 6. They're just having a slight technical issue, but they won't be a moment. I can read out, it's only 2 sentences. I can read it out, and if you want to see it, we can wait for it. Observation 6 states, an effective mechanism for tracking existing actions and their performance does not exist in the current ECGF, which results in lost visibility and ineffective reporting back to enterprise committees.
Commissioners, apologies. I don't think the document's been identified for the witness.
I'm so sorry. This is the proximity review. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, Council.
Sorry. So if we could please expand under observation 6, the first paragraph. So I just read out that first sentence of that, the effective mechanism. Thank you. And it's really the first sentence that we're interested in, because the question for you is, would you agree that the proximity review made similar observations about the gaps in performance mechanisms to those identified in the transformation strategy?
Yes, Council. It comes from a slightly different viewpoint in terms of this observation was about how committees, so that the ECGF is the Enterprise Committees Governance Framework. So it was about how do we ensure that actions or accountabilities for individuals are not lost through the committee process. But I'm fine to accept the proposition, but it is coming from a slightly different viewpoint.
But it is related, isn't it, to performance mechanisms at an enterprise level?
I'm hesitating because the performance mechanisms at an enterprise level are a higher level concept than what this is referring to. This is referring to actions. You know, we agreed the CFO will do the following activities. That is not an enterprise performance measure. It is an activity that a committee has agreed the CFO should do. This was about, well, and so how do you track that he does it?
So they're not enterprise activities?
They're not enterprise performance measures. Enterprise performance measures are support to the Australian community in a disaster relief outcome or the health and well-being of our families. They are much higher level measures or objectives for government.
Can we move then to the Transformation Strategy Closure Report? Operator, would you please display DEF 1136000100, thank you, at 0077. Are you familiar with this closure report?
Yes, I am, Council.
And this is the Transformation Strategy Closure Report, which the Commission understands was presented to the Enterprise Business Committee in November 2022.
That sounds correct.
And again, this in the dot points, it identified the what needed to be done to realise Initiative 3.5 of the Transformation Strategy.
Yes.
As we understand it, the practical implementation of the strategy was completed at the end of 2022. Is that right?
Yes, Council.
Could we please try and display two parts of this document? The first is 0049. And could we please expand the first paragraph? And then could we also please go to 0078? And expand the first paragraph of that document, just the very, oh, you can, thank you. I'll give you an opportunity to read those, Mr. Yiannopoulos, but what we're really interested in is that the top one refers to there have been improvements in performance measurement and reporting delivered by Enterprise Evaluation and Performance, which broadly meets some of the original intent of the initiative. And then in the second extract, it states this activity has delivered on its original intent and agreed outcomes. And what I want to ask is, do you agree that these are two slightly different takes on the implementation of the same initiative?
Yes, I do, Council.
It would be helpful if we could, I need page 48 and 77, if we could go back to 48. Thank you. And highlight the last table, the table at the bottom of the page. Thank you. Defence identified that the activity objective was to deliver a new performance and reporting framework. Elsewhere, just for your benefit in this document, it refers to an improved performance management and reporting framework. And then could we also please pull up page 77 and expand the last paragraph? I'm sorry, it's the second last paragraph of page 77. I'm sorry. Thank you. And the bottom paragraph there says, Phase 1 has also delivered a streamlined and focused public performance approach, introducing new key activities, performance measures and targets for 2022-23, aligned with Defence strategic objectives and priorities and with the government agreed outcomes. This represents a significant rationalisation, moving from 76 key activities to 7 and from 21 performance criteria and 63 measures of success to 10 performance measures. This will result in greater transparency around how Defence is performing for the Australian Government and the public. It will also reduce the reporting overhead on our people. The closure report is ambiguous as to what was actually achieved. And so the question for you is, do you think Defence delivered on the initiative, the 3.5 initiative?
I think we delivered on the intent of the initiative, but it's not, as some of the commentary offered, it's something we have to continuously improve and work on. So the thing that we did do is highlighted in that paragraph on the screen, going to 10 performance measures that are enterprise measures. I'm very happy with that work, and we're continuing as we set around now the proposed corporate plan for 24 to 28. We're again turning our mind to, have we got the right performance measures? The bit that we still, or the work that we still have to do, is to connect these enterprise measures with the performance reporting system inside Defence, so that whether it's my Enterprise Business Committee or the Defence Committee, that we can start to see within the year how are we progressing against our targets. At the moment, to assemble the answer to these requires a lot of work because our systems are not integrated. So just draw back to your particular question, have we delivered on what 3.5 sought? I think we've delivered on the intent of it. We've certainly delivered a new performance measurement and reporting framework, and there is a schematic in one of the papers that has been provided to the Commission that explains the logic of the measures that we have. It is now been reported on through a first cycle in the annual report that was delivered to the Parliament last year, but we will continue to refine it. And the piece of work that's still to do and is still ongoing is this connection of these enterprise measures more strongly to the work of each group and service and how they contribute to their achievement.
And so do you think that the current process has resulted in an increase in transparency?
Well, I believe so, yes.
I just briefly want to take you through the initiative, what Initiative 3.5 required. The first was that performance reporting was clearly aligned to strategic objectives. So your position is that the current system does that?
Yes.
And meaningful performance measures linked to trusted information?
Yes, Council.
Can you just explain how it does that?
So for each measure, for each of the 10, there is a document that underpins how we source the information, how that can be verified and assured, and then that process is audited before we deliver the annual performance statements to first our Audit and Risk Committee, because they are required under the PGPA to assure the Secretary that the measures are correctly assessed before those turn up in the annual report and are provided to the Parliament. So there is rigour in the process of how the data is sourced, how we verify that it is accurate, and then how that is assembled and translated into the measures that are ultimately reported to the Parliament.
And the third element is investing in driving performance-based behaviours with a strong outcomes focus.
So that is probably more picked up through the work we've done in our individual performance assessment system for individuals. So each employee in Defence has a performance agreement with their manager, and in there is assessment the measures that they need to deliver upon, or the outcomes they need to achieve.
Okay, but Initiative 3.5 was directed to improve enterprise performance measurement and reporting. And as I understood your evidence before, some of the, like for the proximity example that I took you to, that was in relation to individuals, that's separate from enterprise.
Yes.
So how has the current system resulted in investment in driving performance-based behaviours with a strong outcomes focus?
So if you look at any of the measures, you will see there's an accountable person listed against each measure. It is very clear for that individual what they need to pursue in the achievement of the measure.
And when you say it's very clear, is that in there? Where is that contained?
It's public. It's in the corporate plan and portfolio budget statements, what the measure is for each of the, what the actual measurement is, and then within the, I apologise, I'm not sure what the name of the document is, but I call it the logic map. It explains which officer is accountable for that measure.
Okay. That was one thing I wanted to clarify. You referred to logic. Is that the performance logic model? Is that what that is?
I think that is. So it's got circles. I know what it looks like. It's got circles on it that explains our 2 outcomes and the measures that underpin it.
Initiative, I can take you to this. Please let me know if you need me to. Initiative 1.2 of the Defence Transformation Strategy was evolve the Defence Accountability Framework. You familiar with that?
Yes, Council.
And the initiative was to commence through a baseline review of accountabilities. That's correct?
Yeah, yes, Council.
And a baseline review was undertaken?
Yes, it was.
And you're familiar with that baseline review?
Yes, I am.
Operator, would you please display DEF 11670006 0384 at 0388? And could we please expand paragraph 3? I understand it's in the document, but I just want to confirm these were the activities that were undertaken in phase 1 of the baseline review.
That is my understanding. It is before I joined as Associate Secretary, but that is my understanding of the work that took place.
Understand. And then could we please turn to page 0399 and highlight the second part of paragraph 5. No, I'm sorry, that's not the right page. 0399. Sorry, could we just try the previous page? The part that I was wanting to take you to is that the work of the baselining activity indicates that whilst there has been an evolution of the framework since 2011, a significant portion of the findings of the Black Review remained valid and relevant to the current defence context. We'll try and find it in the document to show you, but assuming that's what it said, would you agree that at that point in time there were gaps in what had been achieved in respect of these prior reviews?
Yes, Council.
I can bring that up for you if that would help.
If you can find the context of the Mr. Black's comments.
We could just go through the document. I understood it was paragraph 5. Yes, so it's the last sentence in paragraph 5, 0389, sorry. So the sentence I read out was, the work of the baselining activity indicates that whilst there has been an evolution of the framework since 2011, a significant portion of the findings of the Black Review remain valid and relevant to the current defence context.
Yes, Council.
And if we could go to paragraph 13. I just want to finalise on the logic model, sorry, before we move on. Operator, could we please display DEF 999901510254? And then if we could expand under the third circle, PM 4.2. Sorry, the one below that, please. Is this what you were referring to when you were referring to performance measures?
Yes, it was, Council.
And can you clarify, how is that a performance measure?
So it's a measure to say we want to continue to strengthen whole of life health, wellbeing and safety outcomes. And if you looked in the portfolio budget statement, I think there'll be some commentary about how we're establishing the measure over time.
But isn't what's in 4.2 an objective rather than a measure?
No, I think, well,
Perhaps I could add a bit more. For a measure, don't you need to have a target against which you can assess whether or not you've delivered?
yes, the good measures are specific and able to be measured. It's why, I don't know whether you have it, I think there will be some language in the portfolio budget statement, which is what is provided to the Parliament, that explains probably in that year, we're establishing in 22-23, we're establishing the baseline measure, and then each year we'll be able to assess the change, I would hope positively, in whole of life health, wellbeing and safety outcomes.
I can bring up the portfolio budget statement, but I just want to understand that what's in 4.2 as it's framed is not something that is measurable. There are no outputs. There's nothing against which it can be measured.
Well, it's the outcome. Whole of life health, wellbeing and safety outcomes.
So it's an outcome, not a performance measurement. We're just trying to understand, how do you know when you've achieved that? This seems like a statement of intent rather than how do you know when you've delivered on that?
And so there's amplifying text in either the portfolio budget statement or some other product that explains what method was going to be used to assess it.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing. I concede that as worded, it's not clear what the baseline measurement would be. But all I'm saying is I believe there to be other products that amplify what would be assessed in the achievement of the target 4.2A.
We are definitely going to come to the portfolio budget statement, so I might come back to that in due course, and it will most likely be after a break, so we can reconcile and to work that through. I did want to take you to the baseline review of accountability. Sorry, that's document DEF 116700060384. And if we could go to paragraph 13. And if we could expand the fourth paragraph, sorry, the LOE 4. So one of the lines of effort identified through the baseline review of accountability was to review the enterprise committee structure.
Yes, Council.
And in the first couple of months of your tenure as Associate Secretary, you authorised that review into the efficacy of the Defence Enterprise Committee structure, which was the proximity review.
Yes, Council.
There have been at least 6 previous reviews of Defence spanning over 20 years, examining its committees that have found issues with Defence's committees. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Council.
And the consistent theme of those earlier reviews is that Defence has too many committees with too many members.
Yes, Council.
And that the committee structure results in dissipated accountability and responsibility within Defence.
At that time, yes.
So that's what the reviews have.
That's what the reviews have said, yes.
Yep. The proximity review found a litany of failures with the Defence Enterprise Committee structures. I'll bring up what the proximity review found. Sorry, I'll just get a document reference, DEF 133000030561. And if we could go to 0568. And if we could please expand the observations section, which is the list in the middle of the, thank you very much. I won't go through all of them, but the litany of failures included that the observation 1, the enterprise committees lack a strategic function. That's what proximity observed.
Yes.
And observation 2, enterprise committees lack a risk function collectively and independently. That's also what proximity observed.
Yes, that's right, Council.
Observation 4, enterprise committees are not efficient or effective decision-making fora. It's also what proximity observed.
Yes, Council.
And at 6, enterprise committees lack follow-through of accountability for decisions or outcomes.
Yes, Council.
If we turn to page 0574, under observation 5, proximity observed that enterprise committees are failing to take an enterprise view of complex matters, and this was particularly the case with the Chief of Service Committee. That's what proximity observed.
Yes, Council.
And if we turn to page 0579, at paragraph 3, sorry, that's the wrong paragraph. I will find you the correct paragraph, but essentially proximity found that the intended design of the enterprise committee structure had broken down and which was not consistent with the first principles review. The design was intended to achieve integration across one defence, and the proximity report found that instead of integration, a state of governance entropy has ensued, sorry. Just try and bring that up. I'm sorry, I have the wrong paragraph number. Oh, 0579. I'm sorry, it was the right page. We just didn't pull it up. I didn't direct it to it. 0579. It's the third paragraph. Thank you. It's the first line of that third paragraph. This is evidence of Defence's span of attention changing since first principles review, and a state of governance entropy has ensued. So in simple terms, the proximity review found that the one defence governance is in a state of disorder. Do you agree with that?
I think that was their observation. Yes, I agree with that.
Yes, sorry, I'm certainly talking about their observations. And if we could go to page 0572. Defence achieves outcomes through a predominantly bottom-up approach, which meant that this is the second paragraph, sorry. The second paragraph under observation 3, the one that starts with stakeholders, thank you. Defence achieves outcomes through a predominantly bottom-up approach, which means that rather than senior leaders setting strategic direction through Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees, strategy direction is twice as likely to be dreamed up by individuals or groups at the bottom of the defence hierarchy. You accept that's also what proximity found?
Yes, Council.
You made the point that that's what proximity found. What's your view on the proximity review findings?
I think the report was helpful and enabled us to make some changes to the way we reflected resourcing authority of our senior committees. It provided support, evidence and, if you like, that would enable us to further strengthen our enterprise committee secretariat. It enabled us to recontemplate the right members on each committee and to establish a process to check that. So it was helpful. It reflected on the fact that since First Principles, our organisation at the senior level has grown further. And so it reflected that we have become bigger as an institution, and in the way we dealt with it, some of the things we agreed and some of the things we did not. I think there were 2 recommendations that we did not support.
Did you agree with the observations made by the proximity review?
I agreed that they were observations that interviewees, because the report was done through both desktop review of material, but also by talking with members who either attend committees or folks who support them. So it was what people's observations were. And I largely agree with most of them, but I'm less negative about the effectiveness of the enterprise committees than the report was.
Can you be more specific about that?
If you can just bring up the findings again,
Yes,
Councillor.
certainly. So it's 0568 was the observations. And if we could please expand the observations.
So, for instance, I don't necessarily agree that they're not efficient or effective decision-making for her. I don't agree that they fail to take an enterprise view. As we've already canvassed this morning, sometimes having an enterprise view is difficult because we don't have data that supports that easily. But having, take my committee, the Enterprise Business Committee, having every group head and service chief participate means that we can get a whole of defence view on any issue, at least from the senior leaders of defence. Others, I agree with completely. Observation 8, committee papers are often undercooked. That would be true. The Enterprise Committee governance framework is not effective in its current form. That was true.
What about observation 6, followed through of accountability for decisions or outcomes?
Yes, there was no systemic way that committees themselves followed through on accountabilities of individuals.
You referred to proximity conducting interviews. We understand the interviews were with senior people in defence?
That's my understanding.
And so they're obviously well positioned to comment on the enterprise committees and they would know the state of play?
Yes, I think in the back of the report it has who was interviewed. Sometimes it was the folks who support their principal, so they were, if you like, write briefing notes that help their principal deal with their equities at the committee meeting. So they may not have always been participants in some of the meetings. And if there's observations about COSC, which is actually a good one to just expand, so there was a view that CDF's committee, how he commands the ADF, is taking a lot of resourcing decisions. I attend as an invited guest, have done since I began. I've not seen any evidence of that, but that was certainly a perception within the organisation that works for me, that the ADF are making a whole host of resourcing decisions. What we did was we made much clearer in the Enterprise Committee's governance framework that they have not got resourcing authority. The CDF agreed to that. I think he might have even proposed it to me, so that we will use Defence Committee, Investment Committee or the Enterprise Business Committee as the only place that makes those resource trade-offs.
We understand that you were one of the people that were interviewed as part of the proximity review.
Yes, that would be right.
Do you accept that proximity speaks to both leadership and structural failures at the enterprise level?
Yes.
And do you agree that Defence's leadership capability is a crucial lever to achieving the retention efforts across Defence?
Yes.
Which means that Defence's leadership capabilities is exposed when you consider it in light of the findings in proximity. Do you agree with that?
Can you reword that, Council? I just want to make sure I've understood the question.
So the first proposition I put to you was that Defence's leadership capability is a crucial lever to achieving the retention efforts across Defence. And then if we look at the findings in the proximity review, it follows that Defence's leadership capability is exposed in light of those findings.
I just think it's a big leap. When you're talking about retention, I assume you're talking about our broad workforce.
Your people.
Yeah, and so other than the people who have to work in the committee process, I'm unsure that there's a direct connection to the proximity review talking about efficiency and effectiveness of our committees and the retention outcome. Because I would say retention is something that we have considered very closely at Enterprise Business Committee. We have authorised a range of changes to support the retention of our members. And so, not to be argumentative, but when there is a clear issue, and there is and has been for the retention of our members, we make this committee system work. And so I'm not comfortable to say that there's a leadership, because proximity said our committee structures aren't fully effective, we're not, so, and that's a leadership problem. Therefore, our leaders aren't focused on solving our retention issue.
The point is that, though, that Defence's leadership is often via the committee structure.
Oh, and so I don't agree. So yes, we lead in committees. So I lead that Enterprise Business Committee, but I lead in lots of different ways. When I speak to a base or site, when I go and visit, I'm providing leadership messages about what's important to the senior team in Defence. Their well-being is important to me. I offer explanations of the work we are doing to improve their pay and their conditions. So I think it is a mischaracterisation to say that Matt does his leadership, or Associate Secretary does his leadership through EBC. That is one vehicle where I do my leadership.
That's just what I want to clarify. The Enterprise Committee are part of the Defence leadership structure, though, aren't they?
They assist me in particular in decision-making of matters that affect the enterprise.
Can you tell us how broadly was the proximity report circulated in Defence?
Not very broadly. It was only, I think, in the end circulated to all Enterprise Business Committee members. And a copy was provided to Secretary CDF. I think that's the brief where you see that I've provided it to them.
Okay. And why was it only circulated to that group of people?
Principally because it uses language that's quite pejorative in the way the Enterprise Committees is working, and there are teams that support those committees, and it was an issue that the senior team needed to take account of and then decide what we were going to do with its findings.
And so just to be clear, did the Chiefs receive a copy of the proximity review?
I believe so.
Um,
The Chiefs are on the Enterprise Business Committee.
I just want to clarify some of your evidence on the last occasion. If we could please bring up transcript 87-8552 at 38 to 43. Sorry, and I think if we could just have the question as well to give you the context. You were asked what mechanisms are in place to determine whether governance in Defence is sufficiently robust, and you referred to doing a review which generated a number of recommendations. Are the recommendations you referred to the recommendations from the proximity review?
Yes, they are, Council.
And after your evidence on the last occasion, the Commission asked Defence for Defence Committee minutes or outcomes and briefs to the Defence Committee in which the proximity recommendations were considered or mentioned. There were 2 documents produced in response. The first was the Defence Committee outcomes of 14 November 2022, which is DEF 13980001. Might get that brought up, please. My question for you is really whether you've had an opportunity to review these 2 documents recently. So this is the it's a bit redacted, Defence Committee outcomes 14 November 2022. And then there was also Defence Committee outcomes 6 November 2023, which is DEF 137600040444. Have you had an opportunity to review these documents recently?
Yes, I have, Council.
Okay. And from the Commission's perspective, the outcomes do not appear to address the recommendations. Can you confirm whether or not the recommendations were taken to the Defence Committee?
Yes, Council, and to my apology, I clearly misspoke at the last testimony. So I referred to the review, and that's what's in these outcomes at a Defence Committee. I separately offered a copy of the review to the Secretary and CDF, and the opportunity for them to meet with who was the primary author, which they took up. So all you'll find in the Defence Committee minutes is the suggestion that I would like to speak to the 2 principals about the recommendations around COSC and Strategic Policy Committee, the decision record of which recommendations we accepted and on what basis was done at Enterprise Business Committee through me as the accountable officer for governance in Defence.
So, as I understand what you said, the recommendations were not taken.
They were not taken to Defence Committee.
And should they have been?
I don't think it matters, and the reason I say that is because I have the governance accountability for Defence, as outlined in the Defence Instruction and the Strategic Accountabilities Table, and I consulted with Secretary and CDF personally on the recommendations and had their views known, so I was able to deal with it at EBC.
But the Defence Committee is broader than the Secretary and the CDF?
It is, but all of the other members are on EBC.
Okay. So there would be no difference taking it from the EBC
No.
to the Defence Committee? Okay.
Yeah, outside of Secretary and CDF, that's right.
Okay, I understand. Operator, would you please display... So just so we're clear on that, then the Tier 1 committee for matters that impact the whole of Defence, the only difference between the Defence Committee and the EBC is you have the Secretary and the CDF. So that's really the...
It is a subset of EBC members. So there are members in common between both. But not all of the EBC members are also Defence Committee members. The two people who are not on EBC is the Secretary and CDF.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, it is. So it's a different group of people on the Defence Committee than the EBC?
Yes.
Okay. And the Defence Committee deals with matters that impact the whole of Defence?
Yes.
And so can you just clarify, doesn't this proximity review raise issues that impact on matters for the whole of Defence? So shouldn't that be considered by the Defence Committee?
If I thought it was contentious and not able to be resolved by me, that is, there was enormous disquiet or there were views, then I'm absolutely able to take it forward and escalate to Tier 1. But the principle we try and use is solve matters at the lowest possible level. And so, given I'd consulted both of the individuals, I didn't feel it necessary to go to DC.
And can you clarify who's responsible for overseeing the implementation of the proximity recommendations?
Well, it's me, but through me, it's my First Assistant Secretary, Enterprise Transformation and Governance.
Operator, would you please display DEF 999901740001 at 0015? Defence has provided the Commission with an update of the current status of the implementation process. And sorry, I should have shown you the front page of this document, but this document is dated 9th of February 2024. And the information is given as of September 27 September 2023, which is the latest update date. As we read the table, there are 5 recommendations that remain open. 6 were closed in April 2023 and 1 was not supported. Is that your understanding of where things were at as it's September 2023?
Yes, I think that's correct, Council.
And can we go to, Operator, would you please display DEF 999901810001 at 0004? Thank you. And we can go through, we're interested in recommendations 6, 8, 9 and 11. And if it's possible to display all of 6, 8, 9 and 11, that would be helpful. Thank you. The implementation of each of those is business process optimization. Can you clarify for us what is business process optimization?
I think it's a term to describe improving the way the Enterprise Committee Secretariat is operating in terms of the ICT system they use to manage agendas, papers, minutes and the like.
So it's a process system, is it?
It's a it's a jargon term to say we're improving the process.
Could we please display DVS 001200010538? We sought clarification, and could we expand paragraph 3? We sought clarification on business process optimisation, and were informed it was an interchangeable term for the committee's review process. So to be clear, does this mean that Defence would in effect respond to those recommendations through further reviews?
No, the way I've understood that notice when I was reviewing it, or that letter I should say, when I was reviewing it, was whenever we use that phrase, we're talking about the activity underneath that implementation task of the proximity review to look at how the Secretariat is working and the tools that support that.
Okay. Can we go back then to DEF 999901810001 at 004? And we just want to understand what the business process optimisation means, how that is implementing recommendations 6, 8, 9 and 11.
So what they're doing, and there's a paper coming to my committee later this week to seek closure of this. They've implemented the Parliamentary Document Management System, which is a system used in all of government, and they've implemented a committees module. It enables that a common agenda for meetings can be set into the future. It enables workflow of papers that are coming forward. It enables tracking and reporting of who is responsible and by when. So there's reporting capabilities. It enables that the method used by my enterprise committees team to be systematised versus how it was currently operating in a large complex Excel spreadsheet and emails. So it's putting it into a system-based approach. That means it is very unlikely we will lose track of who was supposed to do what by when.
And so will that result in the standing agenda, this is recommendation 6, being restructured?
Yes.
And that will result in program-specific governance recommendation 8 as a source of contemporising the Defence Enterprise Committees?
That's what's intended, Council. I have not reviewed the paper because, frankly, I've been preparing for today. I will do so tomorrow. I will also seek views from my colleagues at EBC before agreeing to that.
And the system that you've described, will that equip recommendation 9, uplift risk management as a core enterprise committee function?
That's what's intended.
Okay. But you won't know?
I won't know until I've...
Okay.
I'm not being...
No,
I have not read the paper that seeks to acquit it.
Understand. And the final one is 11, redefine the role of the senior committee's secretariat team and redefine their function. Is it intended that it will acquit that as well?
Yes, yes it is.
Could we please display DEF 999901740001 at 0015 and recommendation 2, if we could expand recommendation 2 please, was that the Defence Committee must lead from the top. Does this recommendation remain open?
I'm uncertain, Council. I have a sense we might have closed it late last year. I will need to check.
And if it...
There are a number in this paper that, as I said, I have not yet reviewed. It may be in that.
And if it has been closed, do you know if there's any further activity than those activities listed in the dot points?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any other activity. So we've published the How One Defence works. We've updated the Strategic Accountabilities Table very recently with the addition of another senior Deputy Secretary. Yeah, I believe it's possibly that fourth point, which is reliant on the paper coming later this week.
Okay. And can you just briefly clarify, how did the One Defence paper and the Strategic Accountabilities Table ensure that the Defence Committee must lead from the top?
Well, by my judgment, it explains the operating model. It explains what Defence Committee does, and it explains who in Defence is responsible for what. So the proximity review thought Defence Committee should set specific strategies for all elements of defence. That's my kind of summary. We think that has been made clearer through the committee's governance framework as to how committees are working, and also through that strategic accountabilities table that explains who's accountable for what in our enterprise.
From what you said, isn't it the case that you didn't agree with the proximity recommendation that Defence Committee must lead from the top?
I was fine with the observation. What we've tried to do is make clearer how that works.
Can we briefly go to the proximity review again, DEF 1330 033, sorry, 1330, I'll start again. DEF 1330 3333 051 at 0568. And also please still have this DEF 9999 0174 001 at 0016 in relation to recommendation 7. So if we could please expand on the proximity side, observation 7, and then go to the next page on the left-hand document side to 0016 and expand recommendation 7. I'm so sorry, I've explained it in a terrible way. On the right-hand side document, could we please expand the observations? And on the left-hand side document, could we please go to the next page and expand observation 7? Great, thank you. So observation 7 was that there is a general lack of post-committee communication, and recommendation 7 was implement a yes, no, wait decision-making framework. From the implementation update, this was closed in April 2023, and the reason is displayed was the introduction of the Senior Leadership Group Committees Hub, which has increased awareness of decisions being made by the EBC. My question to you is, doesn't this respond to the observation rather than the recommendation?
Yes, because, and so I'm a little puzzled. Recommendation 7 was not agreed. I did not support the implementation of a yes, no, wait decision framework. In terms of observation 7 though, what I have done is made sure papers and minutes are available to all star rank and SES in defence from the EBC. I've also been doing a lot of work to try and improve messaging from the centre, like I do a monthly message to all Star Rank and SES in Defence about strategic issues. I have headline messages now once a week for all SES and Star Ranks of important things that are going on in our external environment. So communication in an institution as big and complex of ours is really challenging. And so I went after that observation in the way that I've described.
Operator, could we please display 1330, the proximity review at 0566, DF 1330 003 0561 at 0566, the third paragraph. I'll just give you an opportunity to read that. And my question to you is, do you agree with proximity's assessment?
Yes, I did at the time.
And could we please expand the fourth paragraph? Of 0566, thank you. The partial implementation of reform from previous reviews has been problematic and never truly achieved the intent. The continuing cycle of conduct a review and then partial or limited implementation of the outcomes reinforces a culture that change in defence is too difficult and cannot happen. This needs to change or the organisation will continue to stagnate and never reach its full potential or deliver its full capability. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do. I guess I differentiate between a review that I commissioned to provide some independent views over how we could improve, and then a quite reasonable process for management to discuss the findings of that review and agree. I think we agreed 10 of the 12, and then 2 we didn't agree. I think that is appropriate for this piece of consulting work. I would also say I think the committees are working more effectively, and an annual assessment will confirm that, or we'll have more work to do.
But you would agree, though, that the proximity review represents the most recent in a long line of reviews that have made similar recommendations about Defence's governance and accountability mechanisms?
Yes, I would agree with that, Council.
And given the similarity in their collective findings and recommendations, does the similarity in those findings over time make you query the efficacy of your implementation efforts?
They cause me pause to think, should I re-examine the committees now or reassess against these recommendations? Would that statement still be true?
Sorry, can you expand on that?
So, all things being equal, on Wednesday, a paper is going to come to say we've completed this work. I'll, as you've asked the question, I'll re-look at both the intent and commentary that existed in the proximity report to ask myself, so have we done what they thought we needed to do? And if not, why? And if I'm not satisfied with the why, there'll be more work to do.
Do you think implementation of proximity will address the visibility gaps in relation to suicide?
think it is too long a bow. I think visibility of suicide is much more complicated than my enterprise committee review.
But isn't the enterprise committee review about how the committees receive information and their accountability and how they discharge their performance mechanisms?
Yes. That I think that's a fair characterisation, but
And including, sorry, just while you're thinking, including risk factors, which is what we're really interested in. And so you need those robust structures to ensure that the risk factors are being elevated to the highest level of governance, and then mechanisms are implemented to address those. And so if you don't have that robust structure, then there's problems with, one, the visibility, and then two, the implementation.
I accept that point. I guess I'm just, are you able to just bring up the observations and recommendations, because I don't get from them how we would have addressed your proposition around information on suicide.
DEF 133000300561 at 0568.
When I look at the recommendations, I see a lot about process and papers and how that is managed. I don't see that performance measurement that we were discussing earlier, and whilst there are observations, for instance, lacks a risk function, that is not really picked up in the recommendations. So having prepared, having reread this in the last week or so, it was a particular review around our committees. I think we've tried to go after the intent and actual recommendations where we agreed it. But I see it as just one of the things we're trying to drive in improving our management of the defence organisation.
As we understand it, the only recommendation that Defence did not accept was number 7, implement a yes, no, wait decision framework. You've just a couple of times referred to, we didn't accept a number of the recommendations, but our understanding is that's the only one that wasn't accepted.
Okay.
Sorry, and 12, I beg your pardon. But when you talked about the recommendation...
So there were 2.
There were 2.
Yes.
7 and 12. Recommendation 9 is directed to uplift risk management as a core enterprise committee function. Is that not directly connected to psychosocial risks and the visibility of factors that can lead to suicide?
Clearly it has a connection to our psychosocial risks. But my read of their report was it was more about where is risk being considered, how is risk driving the agenda of the enterprise committees.
Do you accept that Defence's approach to the recommendations demonstrates resistance to change?
No, I don't.
I took you to 2 passages from proximity where they identified resistance to change, so you don't accept that it's another example of that resistance to change?
No, because there's been a number of changes generated since the proximity review.
Could we go to the bottom of 0566? Sorry, can we try the next page? I'm looking for the paragraph where it says improvements to the committee process need to be bold and facilitate changes in behaviour if they are to be successful. Incremental improvement ideas alone will not be effective.
It was on the bottom of the previous previous page, Ms. Batten.
Oh, thank you.
We did have it on the screen.
It just didn't appear to be right down there.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you. It's, can we please
Final
expand-
paragraph, first line.
Thank you very much. Can we please expand the first paragraph, the final paragraph? Improvements to the, this is what I wanted to take you to, Associate Secretary. Improvements to the committee process need to be bold and facilitate changes in behaviour if they are to be successful. Incremental improvement ideas alone will not be effective. The success of previous reviews reinforce this belief. My question for you is, do you consider the implementation activities that Defence has implemented in response to proximity represent the type of bold reform envisaged and recommended by the review?
No, I don't think it was as bold as they envisaged.
Do you agree that the implementation in response to proximity is piecemeal?
No, I don't agree it's piecemeal.
Do you accept that Defence do not seem to look at the collective impact of the set of recommendations and how the recommendations would facilitate a collective uplift to address the issues raised in the report or underlying Defence's culture?
No, I don't agree that we didn't look at the collective impact. We had a number of conversations about the report.
But the report is premised on all of the recommendations being implemented to achieve that collective impact. And so what I'm suggesting is the way that Defence has gone about it, taking bits and implementing it in the way to give effect to the intent, doesn't realise that collective uplift.
I accept your point. I just don't agree that we have not delivered upon the intent. I think bold is a strong statement. Some of the observations I still to this day disagree with. The notion that I would not have senior colleagues on the Enterprise Business Committee. So one of the recommendations is limit the number of members. If you are a group or service chief in my organisation, this committee is the place you go to discuss enterprise change. I did not agree that I would select some 3 stars or band 3s and say you're no longer welcome at this committee. I did not believe, given I'm the decision maker, I did not believe that that was reasonable to implement. Now that comes with the challenge of there being 21 of us in the room, but everybody gets an opportunity to give their input before I make a decision as chair, and it is the only committee that everyone is present on. So that was important to me. So it would have been bold, but I would have felt disappointed for the group head or service chief who I said you're no longer welcome at my committee, because I don't think that would deliver enterprise business change.
The final part that I want to take you to in the proximity report is at 568, the last line. A continued theme throughout the report is our thinking of the need for bold changes that jolt the organisation into the new ways of working and different thinking. Do you accept that the implementation approach that Defence adopted isn't going to jolt the organisation into bold changes, which is what the review called for?
Yes, I accept that. But I guess I come from and maybe I'm too old a bureaucrat, but I come from a view that you need to improve the system and bring your stakeholders along with you. And whilst I have authority to just decide and not consult, that is not what works. That is not the values and behaviours we expect of our senior leaders, and that is not the way I will model it in my committees. It is important that folks are able to contribute to the change and have their views heard, so that we can make the changes that are necessary. Since joining as Associate Secretary, there are numerous changes in the way that we operate that I have either personally driven or contributed to, ranging from products like the Enterprise Priority Statement that tells the entire organisation in a public way what we are about and trying to pursue. But I do come from a view that to be effective in transformation, you must keep people along with the journey, because defence, as this report I think highlights, can be resistant to change. And just because I say it doesn't make it so. I need to engage people in that process.
Commissioners, I was going to move forward in the chronology. There's still a slightly more to go on this topic, but I just wanted to see if you wanted to ask any questions about what's happened in the past, or whether you prefer to wait till the end.
We might be better off leaving it till after the break, because there's literally 5 minutes left.
Okay.
And we do have to have break at 2 hours for the purposes of transcription.
I was going to move to the EBC meeting of 2023 November, which is a break in time.
Sure, please go ahead perhaps and do that, and then we'll ask questions after the break.
But should I go for another 5 minutes? Is what
Sure.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Mr. Yiannopoulos, I was now going to transfer to now, because you've been talking about what you've been doing, and just to get an understanding of what's happened since. Operator, could you please display DJO 100100010012? This is a paper that was provided to the Enterprise Business Committee seeking agreement on the requirement for an integrated performance, risk and planning approach at the enterprise level. You're familiar with this paper?
Yes, Council.
And if we could go to page 0013, paragraph 6. Sorry, we'll need 0012, the start of paragraph 6 as well, sorry. And I don't know if you can see 5 without it being expanded. We might have 5 as well, I'm sorry. The paper refers to engagement with committee members over the preceding 12 months, with one theme emerging from discussions being the enterprise risk system is not fit for purpose and does not contribute to decision making nor the corporate performance measures. My question for you is, if Defence had effectively delivered under the transformation strategy, why does the enterprise risk system need attention again in November 2023?
The main reason, Council, is just not working effectively, in the sense that there is an ineffective synthesis of risks emerging in risk steward areas that can be aggregated or brought together for either the Enterprise Business Committee or Defence Committee to make decisions upon. So I guess I'm distinguishing risk processes that exist in our various either projects or accountable areas, and the capacity to bring them together at an enterprise and say, are there mitigations working effectively? It is still not systemic, and it's not what we want. So performance, so as per my earlier testimony, we're on a journey. We've got slightly better at our enterprise performance measures. We've got the work, and this paper alludes to the work to try and connect that to the performance management processes that exist in groups and services. And then I want the same when it comes to risk. So I have rolled out a tool for everybody to use, the Defence Risk Information System. And my ambition is we're able to then use the risks that are being assessed in the organisation's areas and start to see what that looks like in aggregate. There are a number of products that I have given to the organisation. There's a risk appetite statement, which is me saying these are the areas we will be prepared to take more risk. These are areas where we do not want to. And so we've got to get to a place where the risk system is working ultimately to advise Defence Committee or EBC, these are the key risks, these are the mitigations, are they effective? Because then that will drive us to make resourcing decisions.
And when you refer to risk steward areas, does that include suicide?
Yes, it sits within the workforce and work health and safety risk area.
Conscious of the time, I understand we need to have a break.
Thank you. We'll just adjourn for morning tea then. Thank you, Ms. Batten.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just a couple of questions to finish this topic and then I'll invite you for questions. Mr. Yiannopoulos, I asked you before about the issue of suicide and visibility, and I want to suggest to you that systems do matter for suicide because the enterprise committees are how senior leaders who make decisions are apprised of risks across the organisation. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Council.
And so if the systems are not working, the decision at the enterprise level can't be based on an accurate enterprise view.
I agree, Council.
Okay. Can I briefly take you to evidence of Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, which is transcript 96-9643 at lines 18 to 13. She was asked about outcome measures that actually show the impact of Defence's psychosocial safety climate, and part of her response was, if you don't measure what you're doing, you don't know if it's working. We've measured a lot by access, and even I measured a lot by participation and access, and I can take some of those as a baseline measures now, but it's about the effect that we have to understand, and that is difficult, and that's where we probably need some more support in terms of people who are much better at determining outcome measures, because everyone struggles with it. I wanted to ask you, do you agree that this is a common struggle within Defence?
Yes, I do, Council.
And why do you think that is?
I would say it's actually a struggle in public administration because it's difficult. It is easier to measure inputs. It's slightly more difficult to measure outputs. and more difficult still to measure outcomes. And when an organisation like ours doesn't have great systems with good data, it is made even more difficult.
And can you just explain to the Commission what you're doing to try and improve that?
So there are a range of initiatives, Commissioners. So there's the data strategy work. I've done one data strategy. The second data strategy is underway. That's about building capability and competency in the management of data in our system, the governance processes, access to data sets. The second element of work we're doing is the enterprise resource planning system, and in particular, as pertains to your inquiries, the case management element to be delivered in May this year. The third element is one of supporting through the work I've done on enterprise performance measures, and indeed the paper you were showing me just before we went to the break, the connections between performance of our enterprise and trying to get line of sight and connection between those enterprise performance measures and therefore the outcomes we're seeking to achieve, all the way through the activities that groups and services fulfil, so that we can get a better handle on how our outcomes are actually working. Ultimately, we're on a pathway to success when we can start to predict what is going to happen with an individual or team, because we have got mastery of the data and how causes and effects are linked.
Would you agree, based on what you've said, that there continue to be challenges in assessing how Defence performs against enterprise priorities?
Yes, I would.
And can you just explain to us how is that impacting on where you direct resources to the highest need?
So Council, in the absence of data that supports our decision making, we need to do it through professional judgments, discussion, and try and form the best view we're able of how to allocate the resources of the defence enterprise within. When we have data that has connections between programs, their effectiveness, we can then make more rapid decisions on which programs are working that might require further investment, and indeed which programs are not working that could be disinvested.
Can I take you to your first statement, which is DEF 999901510202 at 0250, paragraph 189. This is where you refer to when you commenced with Defence and you sought advice on organisational barriers to implementing strategic accountabilities. So if we could just expand paragraph 189. Are you familiar with this paragraph?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So my question for you is, to what extent have these challenges been overcome?
I would say it is much more clearly documented in terms of the assignment of accountabilities. I believe we are in a stronger supportive culture between groups and services in the behaviours that I see from my colleagues. And I think there now is a single definition, or maybe it's a single description of the accountabilities in defence. And I've watched as many of my colleagues have testified in this period hearing block as to the clarity that the strategic accountabilities table has provided.
In your answer that you just gave, I didn't really understand you to be referring to initiatives. Our question is, how are you gauging the extent to which initiatives directed to those matters have overcome those issues? How are you measuring that?
I guess I think there's more behind your question, but I think the way I'm measuring it is through the conversations that are occurring at committees and through colleagues. There is less or no contestation of the accountabilities that exist for the senior leadership. It's understood.
But there's no formal...
It's not a formal measure. There's not a survey that I've run, but I've, as I say, I've watched various hearings or read transcripts, and I can't think of an exception where someone has suggested it's still unclear.
In the following paragraphs in your statement, you refer to matters or actions that you've taken to address those barriers. Could we go to page 251, paragraph 194, paragraph B? We just wanted to understand, when you refer in B to enterprise performance frameworks, could you just clarify what they are?
Yeah, it probably shouldn't have the S on it. It is that description of the measures and targets that are published in the corporate plan, and I think, I apologise, Council, I've just forgotten the name of it again, but it's that value logic chart that you had up on the screen earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, that's the end of my questions on this topic. Would the Commissioners like to ask any questions at this point?
Thank you. That would be good. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions. Firstly, perhaps if I can go to what you were just talking about, I think. We saw outcome 4.2A, which I think is in the corporate plan, which I think is what you were referring to, which talks about the health and wellbeing and safety. And you indicated that there kind of is a need for a baseline measure, and then it will evolve over time. My question is how, at that level, people will see suicide, or indeed suicide prevention, coming through visibly in reporting against that outcome measure?
Commissioner, I think in fairness they will not. That measure is a highest order measure. Sorry.
No, please go on.
Also, I think we would need to have that as another measure, either that underpins. So in that health and lifetime wellbeing factors that we're working on with Veterans Affairs as a through life view of the health and wellbeing of serving and former serving members, that those data points, including suicide, need to form part of that set of measures.
So we're talking about something new and additional.
Yes, because there is not currently, and I mean, the measure we want is 0. The thing that I'm hoping from the Commission is that there's some insight in what are some more effective measures, because at the moment we do it through our training participation, our leadership training, is our complaint system effective? So we're trying to go after all the things we think contribute, but the data says it's not working. So there's something
So you want something more effective,
more causal.
strategies or approaches, not measures per se.
I think that's right, Commissioner.
Can I just ask, you talked before about the enterprise priority statement, and I do apologise, I'm not familiar with that, but does that actually speak to suicide prevention as a priority for the enterprise?
It speaks to, I don't think in those terms, it speaks to our support to the work of your Royal Commission, but it also speaks to the health, again, it's at a higher level, the health and well-being of our members, current and former. So it's still at a relatively high level, but I don't know whether someone can bring it up, but it is a one page of these are the highest priorities of the Department of Defence.
And so just taking that into account, should it speak to suicide prevention as being one of the highest priorities of the department? And particularly after this Royal Commission?
Yes. Yes, I think it probably should.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other questions. You said that you think the effectiveness of the committee structure, the Enterprise Business Committee structure, has been improved by the changes that you have made. My question to you on that is, how are you actually going to measure that? You said, you know, should I have another review? But you can do reviews and reviews and reviews. How are you actually going to assess whether it is improved as opposed to you think it's improved?
So Commissioner, there's an intention to run an annual survey of members for each of our committees. I have not done so because of the amount of change that is happening in defence at the moment, but I will. There will be a mechanism to assess has the committees improved, and as per my evidence earlier, I will contemplate, is there a different mechanism I can use to assess have we delivered upon the intent? Because there was some fairly robust language in the review that says when we change things incrementally, we don't actually change it. My view is we have, but I have to do the work or ask for the work to be done to convince. That's my view, but I'm the chair. That might be marking my own homework, so I need someone else to assess whether that's true.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, you said as part of a response to a question that you agree that defence can be resistant to change. And I just wondered if you could perhaps articulate why you think that is the case and what are the solutions to better driving change in defence?
So, Commissioner, I think the why is consistent with all large enterprises. I think there's an old adage that you trust your supervisor generally because you're working closely with them. You might have some trust of their manager, but by the time it's a few levels up, you're pretty sure they're lying to you. So when we are trying to message where the enterprise is going, if our command all the way down does not echo and repeat it or amplify it, or worse, says, yeah, but we're not going to change, that's interesting, but we're not going to change, then it's not the fault of the individual down at the working level. It's somewhere in that middle management that's decided, well, that's not going to apply to us. And so in large organisations, and we're the largest, I know that goes on. I can see in our survey data that our communication of change, only 1 in 3 thinks we're effective at it. Or put another way, 2 out of 3 thinks we're not. And so we have a very difficult task in trying to harmonise from the top to the bottom of the organisation in one direction. And the thing that I guess observe is you just have to find different mechanisms to communicate what you're trying to do. And I've heard, and so back to the start of that story, we must have supervisors and managers understanding what it is we need from them, so that communication can be non-disrupted from what we're trying to do. But it's very busy. We're trying to communicate our national defence strategy and the Defence Strategic Review, our capability outcomes, the priority for nuclear-powered submarines, the priority to look after the health and well-being of our people. And so I don't know that there's a single thing that we can do that will shift it, but we have to be masters of communicating change. And, you know, my adage is you have to put it in terms of what's in it for the individual.
And thank you for that. I do appreciate the difficulty of achieving change in any organisation, let alone a very big one. But it does go back to my question about articulating what are the highest priorities, and particularly in relation to suicide prevention. It has to be clear from the very top right through the organisation that this is of the highest priority, up there with nuclear submarines and everything else. I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. My question's triggered by a reaction I had from some military to the assertion that Defence is a very large organisation, slow to change. And one of the officers present said, in effect, yes, but if we're given a mission, we can be very efficient and very quick in doing our best to achieve it. Is that a fair statement too, do you think?
Yes, it is, Commissioner. It's a dichotomy that, given an operational task, we move quickly, mobilise and are able to get onto it rapidly, but a change trying to be driven through the governance system is much slower to implement.
But that suggests, therefore, that if our recommendations are to be formulated, they should be, to a significant extent, task-specific?
I think recommendations that are clear on what and by when are the most easy to explain and get after. If it's improve something, as we've spent some time already this morning, it's a bit harder to understand from what to where. I hope that assists.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. I just have one issue, and it might be an issue that you may say is not strictly within your purview, but I'm certainly very interested in your view. You'd be aware of the charter letters that the Chief of Army, Chief of Navy, Chief of Air Force, we can pull it up if you like, but if you're familiar with it,
I'm aware. Thank you, Commissioner.
And perhaps just for the record, is DEF 1167.0002.0349. That's the Navy's charter letter. You could probably describe that document as a key performance indicator or performance agreement, if you like, setting out the areas that the Chief of Navy, the Chief of Army and then the Chief of Air Force will be focused on, and it's a direction from the Chief of Defence Force, as you're aware. If you're familiar with it, and I think they've just pulled it up, I just found it surprising that it doesn't actually have any items in there that are actually to be reported against in terms, and certainly not in any mathematical or numerical way, such as, one of the areas we're interested in obviously is unacceptable behaviour, how that's managed and the impact that it has on people. There's no mention of that, these things may be measured and people may be required to report on whether they're going up or down, whether any outcomes are being achieved in terms of settling these issues. It just struck me that there is no requirement in any of the issues that are mentioned in the charter letter for someone to report, perhaps to yourself and the department and as well as the CDF, about how things are tracking. Could you comment on that?
Commissioner, that your observation is correct. Indeed, it might come up later, my performance agreement, which is a bit briefer than the Chief of Navy's with the Secretary, does not have an obligation of reporting. It is expressed as outcomes, in similar form to how you've seen this charter letter. I mean, my comment is each of those could have measures constructed against them, for sure. They do not. My reservation would be people thinking that if they achieve the measures, then their job is done. Because there's a lot of intersection between each senior leader's responsibilities with colleagues. And we have to work as an integrated leadership team to achieve outcomes. So, given Marx is up there, the Chief of Navy relies upon now the Chief of Personnel to run the complaints process, policies and the like. But I know when unacceptable behaviour is reported at Defence at the round table, when it comes up as part of the dashboard, that the Secretary or CDF will turn to the Chief of Navy and say, what's going on in your service? Your data is not where it needs to be. And he will take in most cases, I suspect he's already taken the initiative to say what he's doing about it. So
I appreciate that, but I think...
I guess where I come from is the absence of the measure does not mean they're not trying to do all of that.
And I'm not implying that they're not trying to do it, but you'd agree it's, certainly if you compare it to the non-military world, the business sector or other uniformed services, it's not just unusual, it's exceptional that there are no measures that would be measured and reported on. Welfare, for instance, is not mentioned. It's basically a very easy pass for somebody, and it's not no criticism of any of the chiefs or the CDF for that matter. It's a system that's been inherited, but you'd agree it's an easy pass. It doesn't require anyone to report on anything really in terms of, in a very numerical, statistical way that shows whether things are heading in the right direction or not.
I guess I'm wary of that absolute because the Chief of Navy has to report on preparedness. There is a preparedness assurance report that needs to be prepared for the CDF pretty regularly. There is,
Well, perhaps welfare, if we can focus on welfare.
No, I think that I accept your point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Patton.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr Yiannopoulos, can I turn to the topic of work health and safety? Your portfolio owns the enterprise risk of work health and safety?
That's correct.
And you also own the enterprise risk of workforce?
Justine Gregg, Deputy Secretary, People, owns workforce and work health and safety, but she reports to me.
Yep. And you are an officer of a person conducting a business or undertaking?
Yes, Council.
You would agree that you have multiple interests in the way risk is managed across Defence?
Yes, Council.
And as I think we've established, you would agree that you bear ultimate accountability for risk management practices across the enterprise and their effectiveness.
Yes, Council.
Do you receive a briefing or instruction in respect of your obligations as a PCBU officer?
Yes, I believe I did when I joined Defence.
Okay. And do your obligations as an officer of a PCBU apply to One Defence as a whole or to a particular subset within Defence?
I think the way I interpret it is both. So it is my associate secretary group that I have responsibility for, as well as a member in the senior leadership team known as a PCBU.
In terms of your specific responsibilities as an officer of the PCBU, do you accept that those extend to managing risks to health and safety?
Yes.
And as part of managing those risks, identifying reasonably foreseeable hazards that could give a rise to risk to health and safety?
Yes.
And your responsibilities extend beyond just identifying the risks, but extend to eliminating the risks as far as reasonably practicable?
That's correct.
And if it's not reasonably practical to eliminate the risks in their entirety, then you're obliged by the legislation to take steps to minimise those risks as far as reasonably practical.
Yep, that's my understanding, Council.
And specifically, those obligations pertain to a number of categories of risk, but they include psychosocial hazards.
Yes, that's correct.
And under the legislation, that's defined in broad terms as being a hazard that would emerge in the workplace that may cause psychological harm.
Yes, Council.
Do you agree that the elimination or minimisation of psychosocial hazards is one measure of whether you or the enterprise generally are discharging your obligations effectively?
Yes.
Can you clarify for us to what extent do you and others rely on the work of the WHS board to discharge your obligations as a PCBU?
I think it's one of the elements that I rely upon in discharging my responsibilities, but it's not the sole. Maybe if I expand.
Sure.
So I have a meeting once a month with my HR business partner. Normally the case manager lead attends that, so any issues that are going on in the associate secretary group can be discussed, so I'm seeking to manage that. I promote work health and safety as part of any address to staff. I seek information when we go to a round table and we look at the work health and safety reporting for anything that, and I'll ask a question of a colleague if I think their area is doing something that they need to do better at. And then finally, I regularly check in with my team, my leads, on how they and their team are going, particularly addressing psychosocial pressures given the workload and the department is under.
In your statement, which I can take you to if you need me to, you state, I rely on the Defence WHS Board to provide the governance for progressing and managing enterprise-wide WHS initiatives. That's right?
That's right.
And from this, the Commission understands that you put your trust in the decisions of the WHS Board?
Yes, but there's also an assurance process and a half-yearly check-in back at Enterprise Business Committee. So, yes, I'm trusting that the relevant officials are seeking to improve and manage the work health and safety system in Defence, but there are other mechanisms to assure ourselves that that's working effectively.
Can you clarify for us, does the chair of the WHS Board have any accountabilities to ensure that psychosocial risks are effectively minimised?
Yes, because the chair of the WHS Board, either formerly Deputy Secretary Security and Estate Group, now Deputy Secretary Defence People, is also an officer of a PCBU, and so the same as me has those responsibilities.
Sorry, I meant more, does the role of the chair, so are there any accountabilities attached with that role as chair?
I'd have to review the terms of reference or the charter for that committee. I'm unsure. I think the dominant accountability exists through the work health and safety legislation because the chair is also an officer of the PCBU.
And so insofar as they do have accountabilities and they're documented, where we'd find them is in the terms of reference or the charter, is that right?
Yes, on top of the, whether it's the safety manual or the due diligence policy that sets out who is accountable for what.
Okay. When Ms Perkins gave evidence, she was asked whether, as chair of the WHS board, she had any accountabilities to ensure that psychosocial risks are effectively minimised, and whether there were any metrics against which she was held accountable, or whether it was more the delivery of work. And her evidence was that I would call it the delivery of the work. Do you agree that your assessment of the WHS board's performance is focused on the delivery of the work?
Yes, I would.
And do you accept that there's a distinction between the quality of the work and the delivery of outcomes?
I accept that there can be a distinction, but my expectation would be that that the board or the chair would seek to achieve both the outcome and quality.
And so how do you gauge effectiveness as distinct from delivery?
We would do that through the Work Health and Safety Assurance Program.
Do you expect the WHS board to be proactive when WHS risks are identified, or is it sufficient for them simply to be aware of the risks?
No, I would expect them to be proactive and escalate as necessary to either the Enterprise Business Committee, if that was the right place, or take it to the next round table where all of the senior leaders are present.
Are you aware that there is confusion amongst Defence as to when the are you familiar with Service Nexus under the WHS Act of when matters need to be reported to Comcare? So when matters arise in the context of the work?
You might just expand. I think I am, but just are you talking about when an incident occurs in an ADF context?
I'm talking about, perhaps I'll get it brought up, I'm talking about notifiable incidents under
Yes.
Section 38 of the WHS Act.
Yes.
And when that obligation to notify Comcare is triggered.
Yes.
And it's grounded in there being a connection to the work. That's not the language of the Act, but Defence uses the language service nexus.
Yes. Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Familiar with that?
Sorry. Yes.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure you had the context. Are you aware that there is confusion among Defence as to when the service nexus is satisfied for suicides?
I think I've seen that in testimony, yes. I was not aware outside of the Royal Commission.
Okay, you weren't aware previously?
No, that had not been put to me.
Defence has an if in doubt notify policy.
That's right.
And it seems to the Commission to follow that from that all suicides should be notified to Comcare. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Comcare's evidence was also that the policy should be that simple. So if in doubt, notify, and Defence needs to improve their communication about this policy. Are you aware of that? This was only on Friday they gave this evidence.
It's been mentioned to me, but I haven't had a chance to review the transcription from Friday. But I would expect that Deputy Secretary People and Mr. Love, who was interviewed on Friday, will have picked up that and be thinking about how to improve the application of that policy.
Operator, could you please display DEF 999901530015 at 0032, paragraph 64A? You rely on the Defence WHS Board to provide the governance for progressing and managing enterprise-wide WHS initiatives. And you also state, it is my expectation that key information and decisions from the Defence WHS Board and the DPC are raised and reported through to the appropriate Tier 2 committees or the Defence Committee. That's your expectation?
Yes.
And so is it correct that you rely on the committees to be aware of WHS issues?
Yes.
You've already mentioned that the Deputy Secretary People reports to you
That's correct.
and the WHS Board reports to the EBC, is that right?
Yes. I'm just not sure it's a tier. I don't think it's a formal reporting arrangement. I'm just thinking what's the artefact that would confirm that. But it is clear to the Work Health and Safety Board that the Work Health and Safety strategy is set by EBC. It needs to provide half-yearly updates, or if there are exceptions, bring that to EBC.
You would agree that top-level decision-making and a strong strategic centre can only function effectively if armed with relevant and comprehensive information?
Yes, I'd agree.
And in the defence model, that either depends on the committee's always escalating relevant information up. That's one way. Agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
Or the strategic centre proactively reaching down to ensure that it has all the relevant and comprehensive information.
Yes.
They're the two ways.
Yes.
Okay. Operator, would you please display DEF 330-003-0561 at 0586. This is the proximity review again. DEF 1330-003-0561 at 586. Okay. There's a slight technical issue. It's quite a long paragraph, but my question is really whether you agree with the characterisation. Perhaps we can try and come back to that because it's a bit hard without the document. Do you feel overall that you have strong enterprise visibility and that the escalation process is currently enabling you to be apprised of risks effectively?
As relate to work health and safety, or?
As specifically risks in relation to work health and safety, and what we're obviously particularly interested in is psychosocial risks and risks relating to suicide.
I think it's improving, but I think there's more to go to make sure so we're getting information or data at Roundtable and through the Work Health and Safety dashboard. But I would like more understanding of the causes and effects and a correlation to our behaviour survey and other information to help me understand what's going on in parts of our workforce.
Okay. So from what I understand, you're saying it's improving, but at the moment you wouldn't say you have strong enterprise visibility?
No, I would not.
Okay. If we could expand under recommendation 9, the first paragraph, sorry, this is in the proximity review. We just had issues bringing this up before. The proximity review, I'll just let you read that, and my question to you is whether you agree with this characterisation.
I accept the early parts of the paragraph that it's done based on gut feel. I'm not sure that it's fair to say the best outcome can be achieved is might and chance, because that doesn't really pay attention to the fact that there are a lot of seasoned senior executives that mitigate the problem.
So the people who've been there for a long time ensure that
The senior
information
team
is
are
passed
experienced in managing risks, and so if they can't manage if they can't deliver on the mitigations, they will raise them.
I want to ask you some questions about the mental stress and body stress. Commissioners, this is still part of work health and safety, so I'll just keep going if that's okay. In early 2020, which I understand was before you started at Defence, based on information provided by the groups and services, the WHS board identified 6 enterprise work health and safety hazards. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the time, the EBC was aware that the WHS board would undertake deep dives into those hazards?
Yes, I'm aware.
And relevantly, the WHS board undertook deep dives in relation to mental stress and body stressing. You're also aware of that?
Yes, Council.
Could we please display DEF 122100010934 at 0939? This is the WHS Focus Area Mental Stress Completion Report. And if we could highlight from 3.2, please. In summary, the review identified 7 threats or causes, and then 44 preventative barriers and 41 mitigative barriers. And then the table down the bottom is the assessment of the effectiveness of controls. And on the second bottom line, controls of high criticality were 4 were not effective and 42 were partially effective. So are you aware of that mental health stress completion report?
Yes, I am, Council.
You indicated in paragraph 111 of your first statement that you weren't aware of that completion report, which was completed in March 2022 after you started at Defence, prior to a notice from the Commission. That's correct?
That's correct.
And you also were not aware of the body stress completion work report as well?
That's correct as well, Council.
As the Commission understands it, and as I think you've said, you rely on the WHS board to keep you apprised of such matters?
Yes, Council.
In your capacity either as the EBC chair or of line manager of the Deputy Secretary People, would you have expected to be made aware of the findings of the mental stress and body stress reviews?
When I reviewed them in my tender bundle, yes.
Okay. And do you agree, as Risk Assurance Lead, you should have an interest or curiosity to see a deep dive report around a risk area?
Yes, if I know it's occurred, I would seek it.
Yeah, and so this is the problem, isn't it? Not knowing that it's occurred is a governance blind spot.
Well, it's a blind spot to me. Yes, a decision was taken within the board, well, or by an act of omission, that was not provided up to EBC for us to, because when you look at 42 partially effective and 4 not effective, we clearly aren't looking to do the right things.
And as you said, because you didn't know about it, you couldn't ensure that something was done about it.
That's correct.
Is this a sign that mental stress and body stress is not a critical enterprise issue?
No, I don't think so. I think that what the team that assessed this, or when they brought the workshop together to come to that report, they've used that as input into the next work health and safety strategy and to the veterans' health and wellbeing, mental health and wellbeing strategy under development.
You referred earlier to decisions, the preference in defence for decisions to be made at the lowest committee level possible, and I can bring up the Defence Enterprise Committee framework if that assists. But are you concerned that that principle may have affected the results of the mental stress and the body stress review not being made visible at the higher levels and not being escalated?
I guess I hadn't thought about it in that way. So normally the reason someone would escalate something is because they need some resourcing or they need something to change in a policy sense that they don't have authority to. I imagine they, in receiving the mental stress bow tie workshop report, they decided, okay, we've got a whole heap of actions to do, and they felt they had the authorities to do that, so hence they didn't escalate. I think in hindsight, and I'm pretty sure Deputy Secretary People would agree with this, we need to know, the seniors need to know we have this issue so we can lean in to assist.
Just to clarify on what you said, so things only get elevated if someone needs resourcing or in a policy sense. What about risks, and specifically psychosocial risks? Are they not critical enterprise issues,
No,
and particularly suicide? I'm just trying to reconcile the two. Like,
yeah, I was trying to be too shorthand. Of course, that's not the only reason. Risk stewards, which is in the case we're talking about, a work health and safety risk steward, is required to bring something forward to EBC. So there are already mechanisms to seek that. The point I'm drawing is it's a bit hard because I'd never seen the document. When I've read the document as part of my review, I've said to my team, we should have known about that. We might have done something different.
And so when you say you rely on the WHS board, so in this instance, something wasn't escalated, what would trigger you to proactively investigate issues affecting the workforce and particularly psychosocial risks?
So a few things. In that dashboard that comes to our roundtable, if any trends are shifting in a negative way, that would trigger me to ask for something to come forward. If I hear that initiatives are off track in the implementation plan that accompanies our work health and safety strategy, I'll ask for it. So there would be a range of reasons I'd ask for something to be brought, but it will be an insight either offered to me verbally or in some data that I can see at one of the committees or places where we see aggregated information.
You agree, though, that the review did provide a sufficiently concerning picture of risks and performance of mitigative and preventative factors as to provide a starting point for more effective WHS controls?
Yes, I think that's fair.
The evidence that we heard last week from Ms Perkins and Mr Love was that there were no specific action items arising from the risks identified in this work, and that was partly because the work was exploratory and the work had been rolled into other psychosocial review work. Does it concern you that Defence was not prepared to rely on the findings of its own deep dive?
It concerns me that we had a report that looks like this and there's no document over the top of it that it puts it in context and what we're going to do with it.
And I think you've already said the findings identified risks and that controls were not effective or partially effective. You'd agree that that's a sufficient basis to take action to ensure a psychologically safe workplace?
Yes.
And just because the data is not perfect or more is needed, that doesn't mean that you couldn't have used that information to start driving interventions, correct?
I agree.
Okay. The evidence of Lieutenant General Natasha Fox last week was essentially that all data was highly useful and we should learn from all data sources. Is that a view that you share?
Yes, it is.
Okay. As you mentioned, the EBC receives WHS board reports twice a year.
That's correct.
Operator, can we please display DEF 1167 0009 0001 at 002? Paragraph 13. These are the EBC minutes of paragraph of February 2023. The second sentence is that existing WHS reporting arrangements to Defence Enterprise Committees are unclear, with some duplication across committees. So at this time, February 2023, reporting arrangements were unclear. In your view, do they remain unclear?
No, I don't think they're unclear anymore.
And how have they been changed such that they're clear?
So we've set it up so that they come forward to EBC twice a year. We've got the work health and safety scorecard going to round table. So we're no longer doing the monthly below the line reporting to Defence Committee. So there is a clear articulation now about the process for work health and safety information to be reported.
The Secretariat and the Chair of the WHS Board were aware of evidence obtained by this Royal Commission as to the link between physical injury and poor mental health, but their evidence was that no action had been taken in response to that evidence. Would you expect the WHS Board to take action on becoming aware of evidence obtained by the Royal Commission in relation to poor mental health?
Yes.
Can you clarify for us who within Defence is responsible for ensuring there are effective controls in place to effectively mitigate enterprise-level psychosocial risks?
I think each of us who are officers of the PCBU.
Can you clarify what the role of the EBC is in this regard?
Well, the EBC is a committee that supports me in making decisions for the enterprise. So if we needed to agree a new strategy, reallocate resources, change our policies that impacted outside of the specific accountabilities of Deputy Secretary People and now CPERS, then the EBC would be engaged.
Sorry, the question was more, I was trying to understand the responsibilities. Does the EBC have responsibilities in ensuring their effective controls, or it's just the officers of the PCBU?
No, I think it's just the office of the PCBU.
Operator, would you please display DEF 137600011075 at 1079? I'm sorry, I should show the front page of this document. This is the 2023 Enterprise Risk Report Framework. Can you clarify for us what is the purpose of the Enterprise Risk Report Framework?
So this is a process. It's still not where I need it to be, and I mentioned this earlier in my testimony, trying to bring together all of our risk information so that we can understand our risks being managed and mitigated effectively as an enterprise.
And can you clarify who receives this document?
So all of the members of the Enterprise Business Committee, so all the group heads and service chiefs.
And from what you've just said, I understand in terms of how this document is used, it's used for the Enterprise Business Committee to understand the risks across the enterprise and how they're being managed.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, the effectiveness of their management.
Okay. Could we please go to page 1079? Sorry, can we go to page 12 of the PDF? I'm looking for the table that has, yes, perfect, thank you. A lot of the document is redacted, but hopefully you're familiar with the whole document.
I am, Council.
Thank you. As the Commission understands the document, the only risk factor relevant to mental health and wellbeing seems to be psychosocial risk as a WHS issue. I'm sorry, this is the workforce page. We need to go to the next page, which is the WHS page.
Ah.
Sorry. Please. Thank you. So psychosocial health is there listed under WHS, and I'm sorry I can't show you the entirety of the document, but on the Commission's understanding...
I'm familiar with the entire document.
That's the only place where psychosocial risk is dealt with in this document.
Yes, it's a summary document of all of our risk areas.
Okay. And so why is it that psychosocial risk is only dealt with in WHS?
As opposed to also being dealt with under workforce.
Under workforce, or also that risk factors for suicidality are not limited to psychosocial risks?
I think it's evidence that supports our enterprise risk system is still not done.
And is there any reason why psychosocial risk could not also be included under workforce?
There is no reason.
Can I turn to the risk management framework, which is, and we'll come back to this document, so perhaps don't take this way too far. It's DEF 1233 0003 0066 at 0070. So this is the risk management framework. And then we're interested in general principle 4, risk controls are managed. If we could please expand that bit, thank you. In relation to paragraph 1.17, controls and treatments enable the effective management of risks. You agree that controls are critical to enabling elimination or minimisation or minimising risks?
Yes.
And looking at paragraph 1.18, the performance of controls and treatments is measurable and reporting on their effectiveness provides evidence and reasonable assurance of the extent to which they are managed. We understand that to mean you need to be able to measure the performance of controls to have assurance of the extent to which the risk is managed.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I might say that again, given I tripped. You need to be able to measure the performance of controls to have assurance of the extent to which the risk is managed. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And so you agree it's not just the fact of having the control, it's the effectiveness of the control that's important.
Yes.
If we go back to the document that we had before, DEF 1376 001 1075 at 1087, and the WHS table, as the Commission understands this document, there is one control for WHS risks, and that's training.
That's what this process has produced. I believe there are more controls being run through the work health and safety system than mandatory training.
More enterprise level controls?
That I'm unsure, but there are more controls.
Mr. Love and Ms. Perkins were not shown this document because of confidentiality claims, but the evidence of Mr. Love was that Defence has 2 enterprise-wide controls. The first was training and the second was the WHS strategy. Our question is the Commission correct to rely on this document, the risk document, as setting out the enterprise risk controls? Are they the controls you have at an enterprise level?
I think there are more controls, so I would not rely solely on this document. I think the work health and safety strategy is one. The reporting that is going to Roundtable is another, and that is an enterprise because it's seen at the enterprise.
Do you know
it's this thing I was talking about earlier, Council, about the maturity of the enterprise system. So I think this is what you're putting to me. There needs to be more controls than mandatory training.
Yes.
I would posit that there is. So on that basis, I would not rely upon this report to be the only place that you can see what are all the controls.
But didn't you say at the start that this is what the Enterprise Business Committee is relying on?
This is what it considered, but I also said this is still work in progress. It is not flowing the way I would expect it to.
Okay. But are the enterprise controls, I'm just trying to understand, so they're not in the document.
Yes.
Is this the document that the EBC relies on to understand what enterprise level controls are in place in relation to WHS?
No, we would expect the update that comes half yearly to give us a sense about what's happening in the work health and safety. As I said, we also receive the same membership plus Secretary and CDF at Roundtable see the reporting of work health and safety incidents, compliance with Comcare notification periods. So there is more available to the enterprise than what's described in this table.
And given the nature of the WHS risks on the left-hand side, would you expect there to be controls that are specific to the nature of the risks?
Yes.
And were you aware prior to being shown that this document that there was only one control for WHS?
I was aware because the document went through my committee.
And did you query why there was only one control in this document that goes to the Enterprise Business Committee?
No, at the time. No, I did not.
The evidence of Mr. Love was that he did not know whether the training control was effective. His evidence, I can give you the transcript reference, it was 95-87 at 29 to 32. In terms of, this is Mr. Love, we have an understanding of who's completed it and when and how many. In terms of effectiveness and the impact on the Defence Work Health and Safety Management, I don't think we do know. My question for you is, how can you, as a person in Defence responsible for enterprise risks, know that the risks are being effectively managed if the effectiveness of the control is unknown?
Well, the report said it was effective. So the process by which that was produced suggested to me, as the reader, that it was an effective control. It was only the evidence on last week that suggested from Mr. Love that it's unknown or he's unsure. So there's clearly some work to do in this area.
And you've already, Mr. Love accepted that when the effectiveness of existing controls is not known, more controls are needed. Do you agree with that proposition?
Yes.
You refer to the document showing that the controls were effective. Can I take you to that, which is DEF 13760001 1075 at 1083? And if we could expand the pie charts, please. So the work health and safety control is marked as effective, and that control seems to be marked as effective on the basis of high levels of mandatory training completion. Is that right?
That's my assumption based on the tabulated form in the subsequent page, yes.
But you'd agree that a metric about completion of training does not speak to the ability of that training to reduce risk?
Yes, I think it would contribute, but it wouldn't be the only control you would need.
And so you said that you relied on this as showing that it was effective. You'd accept that the enterprise risk report in highlighting WHS as a full green circle paints a somewhat inaccurate depiction of the control's effectiveness, given that the effectiveness of the control is unknown?
Yes, but just to be clear, at the time that report was produced and provided to our committee, it did not say it was unknown. It said it was effective.
But wouldn't you expect this is the effectiveness of controls? This
Yes.
pie chart?
Yes.
So wouldn't you assume that it was known whether or not the controls were
Sorry,
effective?
yes, Council, I would assume I would know.
Sorry, that's my question to you. So you wouldn't mark a control as effective unless you knew that it was effective?
Well, I wouldn't expect someone to, no.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, that's just the confusion. That evidence to the Commission is that psychosocial incident reports in defence have been trending up over the past 5 years. Are you aware of that trend?
That is my understanding.
Does that on its face not suggest that the controls are ineffective?
It certainly points to the fact you would need to investigate what is underlying, because there could be many reasons that that's risen when you look at what the risk factors for psychosocial risks are.
And do you know whether that investigation has happened?
So through the tender bundle, I've seen a report, I think it's called the Psychosocial Risk Report, which I think might be a 5-year period that has a lot of information in it. So there is investigation underway.
But that hasn't translated back to this document.
No, it has not.
Controls.
No, it has not.
Of the controls. Okay. Can I take you to the Defence Work Experience Whole of Defence Summary, which operator is DEF 13380000100184 at 0185. And it's the psychosocial safety climate, which is in the bottom left-hand corner. If we could please expand. Yes, perfect, thank you. So as we understand this graph, for the ADF, 12% are high risk and 7% are very high risk. So 19% of the ADF are high or very high in terms of psychosocial safety climate. Is that how you read that graph?
Yes, that's how I...
Are you familiar with this data?
Can you just collapse the...
Certainly. Could we show the whole page, please?
Yes, I am.
Noting that there is only one control in place for WHS and psychosocial risk is a subset within the WHS risk category for the enterprise, do you agree that the control being listed as effective does not accurately describe the current state of psychosocial risk in defence?
Sorry, Council, there was... So I think I've already conceded there is clearly more than one control. So there are... Sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. I'm just concerned that what we have in the controls is not accurately reflecting the risks on the ground and the effectiveness of the controls to mitigate against those risks. And I was taking you to this as an example. If we've got 19% of the ADF at high or very high risk, how can we have WHS controls that are fully effective?
No, so maybe... So I accept that enterprise risk report is misleading at the state of our work health and safety risks, because on first blush you would say there's nothing to see there. We should be focused in capability delivery or preparedness where there's reds.
When would you interrogate the information that you've been provided with or dig down to ensure that the risks are being effectively mitigated?
When a report highlights areas that need to be, are called out, then we will seek to drill down. When that enterprise risk report came to committee, I did not feel that it reflected what I was seeing in our organisation. And so it was dealt with fairly quickly because I think we have a lot more work to do to strengthen our processes and concepts around enterprise risk.
And I understand that there's more work to do and there's other ways that you you've referred to other controls. Are you able to take on notice what those other enterprise risk controls are and come back to the Commission about precisely what they are?
Yes.
Thank you. I've almost finished this topic and then I'll cede to Commissioners. Enterprise risks are risks that have the potential to impact Defence's ability to implement government decisions and achieve Defence objectives.
That's
right?
correct.
And it's been stated that people are Defence's greatest asset.
Yes, Council.
And without people, Defence cannot implement government decisions or achieve Defence objectives.
That's correct, Council.
Health and wellbeing of the workforce is one indicator of the state of the workforce.
Yes, Council.
And you'd agree that workforce capability is a critical part of achieving Defence's strategic outcomes?
Absolutely.
And health and wellbeing of the workforce is an important factor in workforce capability?
Yes, Council.
And the management of psychosocial hazards is one way to assure the health and wellbeing of the workforce?
Yes, Council.
Would you agree that there are a number of factors that contribute to psychosocial risk?
Yes.
For example, fatigue and mental stress.
Yes.
Does Defence consider suicide and suicidality to be an enterprise risk?
We haven't conceived it as such to date.
And I think Commissioner Brown asked a question along these lines. Is that something that the Defence is going to consider?
I think we will consider it. I guess I'm unclear how we will design the controls to mitigate at that. So it feels like that's the worst outcome of a psychosocial risk being realised. Are there things that are earlier in a person's experience of our organisation that are... So I want zero suicide, trying to be clear, I want zero suicide. I want to find the measures that help us achieve that.
Wouldn't that partly involve managing the psychosocial risks effectively, managing the stresses that lead to the factors that contribute to suicide?
Of course.
Okay. Back to the document, the risk document, which I understand you say has got limitations, DEF 1376 0001 1075 at 1083. Sorry, it's that it's now the workforce section. It's the table that you first went to. I think it's in the next couple of pages. It's near the pie chart. Yep. Sorry, just the page before. While we're on this page with WHS, is the closest thing that Defence have to recognising the suicide or suicidality risk the psychosocial health in the WHS enterprise risk category?
Only in this report.
That's okay. Yeah,
I
only
think
in this
there's
report.
much more in the work health and safety strategy reporting.
So if we could go to the previous page, please. The workforce section is directed to workforce risks pertaining to Defence rather than workforce risks pertaining to individuals. Is that a fair interpretation of this document?
I think, yes, I think that appears to be a reasonable interpretation.
And then if we go to the pie chart page, which I think is the page before, the risk report rates less than half the controls across the categories as effective.
Yes.
And workforce risks are the highest risks.
Yes, it looks that way.
Defence has been aware for some time that the controls for workforce risks are not effective. Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's fair.
There's a number of documents. I'm just working out if I need to. Okay, thank you. If we could go to this document at, DEF 13670011067. This is EBC update on enterprise performance risk and planning, dated 23 November 2023. And if we could expand paragraph 3, this refers to the investment Defence has made in uplifting performance measurement, risk and planning at the enterprise level. As we understand it, the matters in C and D are relevant to risk.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
And at paragraph 4, if we could highlight paragraph 4, it essentially says changes have improved the alignment of Defence performance, but the further improvement is yet to be realised. Our question for you is were the improvements directed to improving the effectiveness of controls for enterprise-wide risks?
No, the improvements it's talking about are the improvements we made to performance measures at the enterprise level. Risk is lagging. The risk has not come forward in the same integrated way that I've sought for performance, and that's more work to do.
Okay, and that includes risk to the workforce, psychosocial risk?
Yes.
Can we please go to page 1068, paragraph 6, which identifies themes and requirements that have emerged from discussions between the ETG and committee members. Looking at paragraph A, would it be a fair statement to say that the workforce risk having been realised is a symptom of A, which is that the enterprise risk system is not fit for purpose and does not contribute to decision making, and neither do the corporate performance measures?
Yes, I think that would be fair.
And at paragraph B, you refer to a deliberate design approach to performance risk and planning. Can you just clarify where you're up to with that now?
So I think this is the paper that alludes to a sprint of 8 weeks, is it?
We can show you the first page, 1067.
If you can just show me the recommendation. Yes, this was the 8-week design sprint. So in the end, we didn't do that. The place is just too busy because we're delivering a new national defence strategy that the government will announce in the near future. That's changing the strategic guidance that goes to groups and services to deliver. So the government will direct some specific outcomes for defence. I decided that rather than continue with this initiative that was agreed at the time at EBC, we will work across, particularly my colleague, the Vice Chief's work with our new integrated investment program and the new strategy to have a go at trying to deliver on an integrated performance and risk system that builds those highest level strategic objectives from government that we will now be set to task on, as well as build that, or pick the jargon, the golden thread from strategy to people to performance measures for the enterprise.
Sorry, just so that I've followed that. have you paused this work while you're waiting for further direction from the government, or are you still ongoing with this?
No, so the sprint is paused. We're attacking the problem in a different way. Subject to government direction and decisions on the National Defence Strategy, we will pursue a whole of defence approach to this.
Okay, so you, the Commission understands that the work undertaken to uplift risk at an enterprise level has not resulted in a reduction of enterprise level risk in relation to workforce. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it remains the case as of November 2023 that the risks are trending well outside tolerance?
Yes.
And are you aware that risk stewards were reporting that the controls were not effective?
Yes.
Many of the controls in the document I took you to with the pie charts controls are strategies or plans. Do you agree that strategies or plans cannot on their own reduce workforce risk?
Yes, you have to do the implementation.
And do you also agree that you would need a clear view of their effectiveness and performance to assess their contribution to mitigating risk?
Yes.
Do you agree that Defence does not have good insight into why people are leaving Defence?
No, I think we have some good insight through the Recruitment Retention Task Force as to why members are leaving.
Do you agree that your current controls are not enabling the degree of insight needed to drive down risks?
Sorry, just repeat the question, please, Council.
Do you agree? So you said you had some insight into why people are leaving,
Yes.
and you had the Tiger team. And my question to you is, do you agree that your current controls are not enabling the degree of insight needed to drive down the workforce risk, so the risk of people leaving?
I would say partially, and the reason I say partially agree is because the trend is changed. Our retention numbers are improving, so our mitigations, so I haven't seen, other than the aggregate data, I haven't seen the effectiveness of the individual mitigations. That's work to come to investigate, well, which of the techniques that we've used is providing the link or the causation of why people didn't leave. But I would say, on the basis that the trend is shifting, our mitigations are working in some form.
But do you agree that because the risk controls are not actively targeting driving down risk in a measurable way, you cannot get an accurate gauge on where the risk is sitting?
I think it's fair we can't get a gauge of the risk, but I can see what is going on in terms of retention statistics. So I don't have good data explaining which of the risk mitigants are affecting the change that we're seeing in the overall data. So I accept that the risk system needs further improvement, but I guess where I'm trying to be clear is our retention numbers are improving.
Commissioners, I was about to move to a new topic, so I will just pause to see if there's any questions from Commissioners at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I just have one question, and that goes to the mental stress review that was done. And it's a question, in your opinion, if suicide prevention was a clearly articulated priority for Defence, do you think that the Health and Safety Board would have escalated that report to the EBC? And I know I'm asking a hypothetical there.
Oh, I think, Commissioner, yes. I think and I haven't yet had an opportunity to talk with Ms Perkins or Mr Love about their testimony, but when I look at that table that was up on the screen, I am concerned that we had so many partially effective or not effective controls. And so if there was a link to suicide or suicidality, then you would expect that the executives would say, this is a real problem, because the consequence of not mitigating that risk is disastrous. So what other controls do we need? So I think your proposition is reasonable, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
I don't have any questions at this stage either. I'm saving them for later, but you can continue. I think we're due to finish at 15:15, Ms Batten.
Okay, thank you. Can I turn to a brief topic of the interim workforce plan? We understand that the interim workforce plan is focused on delivering the people-related aspects of the Defence Strategic Review. Is that right?
Yes.
And we understand that there are 6 themes in the interim workforce plan from October 2023 to December 2024, including one of those is culture, mental health and wellbeing.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are 5 deliverables against that theme. Operator, if you'd please display DEF 13800010001 at 0005. Sorry, it will just show you the first page first. This is the document that I really want to ask you about. But this is the paper, and then the document I want to take you to is at 0005. As we understand, this is the interim workforce plan. Are you familiar with this document?
Oh, yes, I am, Council.
We understand that the interim workforce plan is being implemented within existing group and service resourcing. Is that right?
Yes.
And can we just, the part that we're most interested in is culture, mental health and wellbeing. So if we could just highlight row 3. What we want to understand is how you expect to achieve this within existing resourcing.
The simple answer is the Defence People Group is a significant part of our organisation. I think there are a bit over 6,000 people, and I don't know off the top of my head the financial resources that go with that. If DepSec people and the Chief of Personnel do not believe they can implement the interim workforce plan, they have a clear pathway to seek further resources.
Can I turn to a new topic, which is the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program? I understand the preference is to break now before going on to that. I'm not sure if that's...
That's perfectly fine.
Thank you.
So we'll just break for an hour for lunch and return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Royal The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
That's Ms. Matten.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Yiannopoulos, can I turn to the topic of the work stream in the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program? And specifically, on the last occasion you gave evidence, you were asked some questions about the approval mechanism for closing the work stream. And this was specifically in relation to the Defence Identity Closure Report. And you hadn't seen the minutes at the time, but your evidence was that you agreed that the program board should have received a copy of the Defence Identity Closure Report to consider whether the work stream should be closed or whether further work needed to be done. I just wanted to clarify with you, did the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program Board receive a copy of the Defence Identity Closure Report?
Yes, it did.
And did the Program Board consider or endorse the Defence Identity Report's recommendations?
No, it referred those to the Defence People Committee. I think it was the People Committee or the Cultural Diversity Steering Committee, one of them, for consideration. And I think I've understood that that is happening in April.
So the Commission's interpretation is that the Board approved the closure of the initiative based on the report being received. That's the research report. And as you say, the substance of the recommendation would be considered by the Culture and Service Diversity Steering Committee, then the Defence People Committee. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay. On the last occasion when you gave evidence, so they're still to consider the research report recommendations. Is that right?
That is my understanding, Council.
Okay. And do you know when that is to occur?
It's in April.
Sorry. Thank you. So is it correct that the Defence Identity Workstream has been closed with no action beyond receiving a report and referring it to another committee for consideration?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you familiar with the report undertaken by Major General Hocking, Key Organisational Lessons from the Afghanistan Campaign?
Yes, I am.
Just to give very brief context, it was commissioned following the Afghanistan Inquiry Oversight Panel concerns to ensure Defence's reform program gets to the root causes of the culture and behaviour that resulted in the need for the Afghanistan Inquiry. Defence should consider what occurred from a top-down perspective and assess the extent to which organisational and governance policies and structures were contributing factors. Is that your understanding of why it was commissioned?
Yes, Council.
And the report formed part of the overall Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program and was called Enterprise Initiative 17 Organisational Learnings. Is that right?
Yes, Council.
Okay. The Major General undertook a root cause analysis as to the cultural drivers for these issues, for the issues identified in the Afghanistan Inquiry. That's right?
Yes, Council.
And as the Commission understands it, the report identified 21 key organisational level lessons and provided 50 associated recommendations across 5 focus areas: strategy making, campaign design, command and control, ADF culture, and ADF learning adaptation and risk management. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Council.
I just want to very briefly set out the chronology and see if you agree with the chronology. As the Commission understands it, the report was published on the Defence website in March 2022 and attached to the closure report submitted to the Program Board for consideration at the 12 April 2022 meeting.
That's my understanding of the timeline.
And then the Program Board approved the closure of the initiative on 12 April 2022, also your understanding?
Yes, Council.
And then on 16 August 2022, the recommendations and implementation plan for Major General Hocking's report were considered and endorsed by the Chief of Services Committee. Is that your understanding?
Yes, but I think there was some of the recommendations that General Hocking was asked to come back on with single points of accountability.
As we understand it, the Chief of Service Committee agreed to most of the recommendations.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
And then the timeframes for implementing the approved recommendations fell into four main categories: March 2023, December 2023, December 2024, and ongoing.
Yes.
That's right. Okay,
Yes.
so that's the chronology. Did the program board ever receive a copy of the implementation plan endorsed by the Chief of Services Committee?
Not to my awareness, Council.
And does that mean that the program board had no further visibility on whether the recommendations were agreed to and how the ADF proposed to implement them?
Yes.
On the 12th of April 2022, the program board also endorsed the Afghanistan Inquiry Reform Program's Benefit Realisation Plan. Are you familiar with the Benefits Realisation Plan?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And I can bring the document up if needed, but at paragraph 1.3.1 of the document, perhaps we'll just bring it up. If we could please display DEF 1303 0001 0135 at 0139. And we're interested in paragraph 1.3.1. So the benefits realisation plan is the key control document for measuring program impact and effectiveness. Is that the purpose of the plan?
Yes.
And progress reports were provided every 6 months to the program board, detailing the current state of benefits realisation. Is that what occurred?
Yes, there was a 6-monthly update on the benefits for that program.
And if we could go to page 0142 of that document, please, and highlight paragraph 3.1.7. Thank you. The progress reports included a target benefit score and an actual benefit score. And the target benefit score is defined there in 3.1.7. The target value, expected value for each initiative has been estimated based on the projected level of impact that the output or new capability will have. That's the definition.
Yes.
The plan doesn't include a definition for an actual benefit score. Is it fair to say that the actual score is based on the verified impact of an initiative, whereas the target is just an estimate?
I'd be reluctant to use the word verified because I think there's still an amount of judgment that goes with the actual result.
So what's the difference between the actual benefit and the target value?
So the target is set generally at the commencement of the initiative. So as part of bringing on that reform management plan, there would be a judgment about what are we seeking as a target value. And then when the work is done, there'll be an actual assessment of the benefit now. And so if you looked at the 6-monthly reporting for that board, you would see some measures changed over time. I think mostly from memory, more positively, like we had a better achievement than what we originally targeted or estimated.
Can we just highlight figure 3 on that page? The major, which is in blue. So the plan includes a benefit realisation scale, and the second highest score is major. And you get major when there's a significant or considerable level of improvement, reform initiative objectives were met or exceeded, or the outcome of capability delivered was important and far-reaching. Is it fair to say that this rating, so major, conveys that substantial changes have been achieved?
Yes. I read them as an and/or, the 2 bullet points. So Reform initiatives, major reform initiative objectives were met or exceeded, and/or the outcome or capability delivered was important and far-reaching. And the reason I say that is because of the assessment, which I'm sure you're going to take me to, of General Hocking's report. It was assessed major because it was important and far-reaching.
But isn't this an assessment of the benefits realisation rather than the importance of the initiative?
Yes, but they are linked concepts. So you have greater benefit if it is an important and far-reaching. And so we would say General Hocking's work, which we made public, was a comprehensive assessment of command control and the lessons we've learned of our long campaign in Afghanistan.
Can I take you to DEF 13, this document, page 01, no, I'm sorry, it's a different document, DEF 130300010168. This is the 30 June 2022 Benefits Realisation Program Progress Report. And this included EI 17. If we could expand that row. And the summary of deliverables or benefits realised were publication of Major General Hocking's report, ensures that ADF is publicly transparent and accountable and will serve as a catalyst for additional change beyond what is already programmed. So at this stage in June 2022, the report had been published, but its recommendations had not been considered by the Chief of Services Committee and no implementation plan existed. Is that right?
That's correct.
The progress report stated that the target benefit score was moderate, 2.0, and the actual benefit score was major, 3.4. Sorry, this is at the next page, 0169. We zoom in on EI 17 under responsibilities and accountability, please. So the target benefit score was moderate and the actual benefit score was major. Does this mean that the publication of the report was considered to deliver the second highest benefit score possible, even though at this stage none of the recommendations had been endorsed and there was no plan in place to implement them?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes, as far as the program was concerned.
And do you consider that to be a realistic assessment of the actual benefits, even though no actual changes had occurred?
I mean, I've reviewed this material only in the last 24, 48 hours. I think the Hocking report is a major change. So it had major implications for Defence in its examination of our campaign in Afghanistan. I do accept that we are asserting a greater benefit than was originally targeted because of the assessment of the benefits team, so as per the table. I'm not certain that no actions were taken until COSC considered the report, because there was a lot of discussion about that report in the organisation. And so General Hocking attended a number of sessions to talk about the lessons. So there was a process by which he was explaining what has gone on there. And so I guess what I'm saying is there's more to that major score than just the delivery of the document.
I just don't follow what the score's based on. Is the benefit realisation enterprise-wide benefit, or?
It's an assessment by the team associated with the program office for the Afghan Inquiry Program. So it's an independent assessment. It's not an assessment by General Hocking or I don't know who was accountable for EI 17. So if you could take me back, I can tell you who was accountable for EI 17. I think it might have been Chief of Joint Capabilities. So
Go back to the.
there's been an assessment process, but it is a subjective assessment.
I understand that. I just don't understand what they're basing the assessment on. So if it hasn't been considered by the costs committee and there's no implementation, what?
My assumption is when they read it and they see that it went to issues of command accountability, of command control, of culture, that they said this is going to have a wide impact on defence because of its content.
Okay. I think the bit that I'm struggling with it, I appreciate it will have an impact, but the report itself doesn't have the impact. You need to implement the learnings from the report. So I'm not following why you're assessing the benefit as major just based on the report.
I don't know how else to answer it. The sense was this is a important publication that is going to change the way we think about that sort of campaign in the future. But I'm not ignoring the timeline argument. I'm not expert enough to understand what was behind the major assessment. I'm just looking at it through the matrix and saying, well, yes, it was going to have a major impact. So I think it's consistent with our method, but I accept in a timeline sense, you are correct. COSC had not yet agreed all the recommendations and the actions that flow from that.
The Commission also received the Benefits Realisations Progress Reports from December 2022 and June 2023, both of which include the same major actual benefits score for this initiative. If I can bring up the Benefits Realisation Plan, which is at DEF 130300100135 at 0143. And if we could highlight, please, paragraphs 3.2.1 to 3.2.2. So this speaks to when a benefit review will be conducted and the purpose of a benefit review. My question for you is the closure of an initiative the only trigger for a benefit review to be undertaken?
No, I think my understanding is they actually have done some benefits review post-closure, and there is an intention, I think it might have even been directed by CDF, to reassess benefits 3 years hence from closure to see whether the organisation has learnt our lessons. And just while that paragraph is up, so the purpose of the benefit review is to assess and measure the impact or likely impact of the initiative. That's how I think we got to major, the likely impact.
As we read the benefit review assigned an end benefit value of major. What I want to ask is, does this mean that the only assessment of benefits were based on the publication of the report and there's been no assessment of the extent to which the report's recommendations have been implemented or their impact?
I think that's true at this juncture. I'm just trying to remember if you can bring up the COSC paper. I think it says 6 monthly reporting to COSC, and I'm just not aware whether that has occurred. I think it has.
cost paper is, there's confidentiality claims.
Ah.
I won't bring it up if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
But you can certainly caveat your answer.
Yeah, so
depending on
my
what's in
understanding is that, well, there was two parts. One is that CDF has directed post the closure of the Afghan Inquiry Program Board that in 3 years' time there's to be an audit to test have the lessons that we say we learnt in our closure of Afghan Inquiry been learnt, i.e. the systems are healthy. And then my understanding is that when COSC considered this report, that is the Hocking report, it agreed sets of recommendations and who was accountable and a 6-monthly report back to ensure that they are carried through.
You referred earlier to a CDF directive. That's obviously in writing.
I think it was, I don't know whether it's in writing. It may be in writing. I think I've seen, yes, I think it is. I think it is a letter he wrote to, it might even be me, actually, council, that says, in 3 years, Matt, do an audit.
So if it is in writing, we should be able to get a copy of that.
Yes.
Yeah. Just in terms of the assessment of benefits being based on the publication of the reports, I'm just having difficulty understanding how Defence can have any confidence that the report has delivered a major benefit and that the root causes relating to the Afghanistan inquiry have been addressed. Isn't that the ultimate issue? The report goes to the root causes. How can you, from this mechanism, know that they have been addressed?
Oh, well, it's not my evidence that the root causes have been addressed. It was my evidence that there's a likely impact from that work, and what follows is all of the accountable officers having to do each of the 50 recommendations. And then the second bit is an audit in 3 years that confirms that those lessons have been learned. So culture takes a long time to change and a long time to improve, and there's been a significant investment. I think the oversight panel, when they gave evidence last week or the week prior, said that they thought we'd done a reasonable job. I don't think they said good, but a reasonable job in implementing the Afghan inquiry outcomes. But we are focused on ensuring we prevent recurrence.
Just two final questions on this. When we looked at the definition of major, it said a significant or considerable level of improvement, reform initiative objectives were met or exceeded, and you said and or the outcome or capability delivered was important and far-reaching. The report shows that there's been a major benefit. I'm just still struggling to follow how, when we've only got the report, those things have been achieved. I understand that it has the potential to have impact, but this is a governance document to tell you what's happening and what's been achieved, and I'm not clear on how it does that.
I concede that point. All I would say is the methodology said has or a likely impact. The report goes to doctrine change, command control change, ethics, how we train our senior leaders, and so it has changed the curriculum of ADF leaders, and so I accept that that is not completed, but that work has had a major impact on the Australian Defence Organisation.
Just focusing on the governance issue, from a governance perspective, do you agree that this process and with how it's dealt with in this benefits realisation plan raises concerns about the veracity of Defence's approach to implementing and assessing the impact of the Afghanistan inquiry program overall?
I don't, and the reason is because in the program closure activities, we acknowledge the change that we have made, but the need to continue at it. And indeed, in the check in 3 years, there's an acknowledgement that there's a risk that it won't stay on the right trajectory. So what's in my mind in dealing with these sorts of issues is trying to enable programs to close when their substantive work is done and ensuring there is a positive handover to the next accountable person or process to continue the monitoring and its effectiveness. And so I'm aware that there were, and I'm happy to produce them, I think subject to confidentiality, there are letters from CDF to a number of senior officers who have taken carriage of things since the program board has closed and Defence accepted that closure. But I guess the concession I make is, yes, one mechanism you could use, you could say, well, the board remains open until a decade when we're confident it's done. I don't think that's a good process. I want to get the work done through the program board with the right intensity. And in this case, it was get General Hocking to do a report. He did the report. We've said that report has major impacts on defence, and we've handed it to an appropriate vehicle, in this case, Chief of Service Committee, to see that keep going.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to a new topic. I just wanted to pause and see if there's any questions on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
I probably only have one question/comment. Associate Secretary, I can certainly understand the point you're making about the distinction. Like, a report can actually have a significant impact because of what it reveals, not just because it recommends actions to be taken. And I absolutely appreciate that what the report revealed was subject to a lot of discussion internally, a lot of hopefully raising awareness, self-reflections, all sorts of things, which is really important. And I certainly hope that will be the case for the final report from the Royal Commission as well, that it's not just the actions, it's actually the key messages within the report. I guess, however, I'm just sitting here, and as I said, I'm not sure this is even a question as I think it through in my head, but I'm sitting here thinking what you're describing in terms of your governance process, committee process, it's dense because Defence is a large, I won't say it's a dense, well, it probably is a dense organisation as well. It's certainly very large. But for the person on the street who cares passionately about what's going to happen following the final report, and I acknowledge we did hear last week about the implementation plan or whatever, but listening to this today, the person on the street may well say, well, okay, they're going to take notice of the messages in it, and then it's going to go into some Byzantine type of process, and we're never going to be really sure as to what's happened or where it's ended up. So what assurance can you give to the person on the street who cares passionately about the final report of the Royal Commission about how they can see what's happening or has changed as a result of it?
Thanks, Commissioner. So at the risk of feeling like I'm suggesting what you might do in your final report, I do expect, so we've already taken some decisions about how we will govern it. I think that has been made available. So a committee to be chaired by Secretary and CDF. So it will not sit in our normal committee process. It will have its own board to ensure the both spirit and actual implementation of the recommendations you make. I fully expect some sort of independent oversight, whether that's the form that I had with the Afghan inquiry panel or something else that can get underneath what my normal governance system is saying and saying, well, are you actually doing it? That party will go and have a look. Is it different now at Kapuka post the implementation like they say it is, yes or no? And so there will be both a oversight process as well as this higher level objective. Thirdly, I think I've understood you are going to suggest some performance measures for the institution that will be enduring. They won't be a function of a recommendation that I acquit. I will put them in place and they will be there as a measure into the future. So we will absolutely go after your recommendations in the way the government directs us to. And you know, the confidence I want to give that member of the public is Defence takes this matter enormously seriously. We are keen to understand where we can improve and what additional things we need to do. It is clear everything that we're already doing is insufficient. But what's less clear, at least for me, is what additional we need to do. I think there is certainly improvements in our governance system. I've taken that from this hearing block. But ultimately, we need to avoid any suicides we can, and that is a personal action for every commander, every leader in our institution to make sure we're doing our best to get after that. I don't know whether that gives you any confidence, but that's the way I've been thinking about it through this block in particular.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. I'm also asking about the Hocking report, but in the sense that would one expect whether or not there are implementation plans to be designed to follow out of it, that it would be, for example, used as a tool of instruction in staff courses or courses at Duntroon or other of our military institutions?
I think that is I think the answer to that question, Commissioner, is yes. I know you have CDF here later in the week. He has been very strong on redoing our doctrine, which is, if you like, the policy basis for our ADF training through this period. And so the ethics doctrine, the command accountability doctrine are all being directed by CDF on the back of the Brereton inquiry and indeed General Hocking's work. So you will find that our training curriculums are changed as a result of these pieces of work.
And those in the military who are taking a keen interest in it would presumably be aware of these reports.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple of quick points, if I may, Associate Secretary. You just mentioned that the CDF is very much across the brief, basically, and that he's seeking to rewrite, I think you mentioned, I'm just looking for the words here, the ethics doctrine, including the command accountability doctrine, all being directed by the CDF on the back of the Brereton inquiry and indeed General Hocking's work. What concerns me is you're aware we've now identified 50-something inquiries that preceded us in terms of all aspects of suicidality, 700 plus recommendations. Does that not weigh, or has it been weighing on the thinking within the department that this is a fairly significant piece of evidence, that things have been looked at in the past, that recommendations have been made, a lot of thought has gone into suggestions that ought to be followed up on, but in reality, have not, even if they have been followed up on piecemeal, there's been no impact on the problems that we're facing. You did mention General Hocking's work and the Burton inquiry. I just wondered whether the Royal Commission, with 2.5 years of evidence, a large range of lived experience witnesses that have told tragic tales, as well as the 600 odd submissions and what have you. How does that all fit into the department's thinking? Because it hasn't been mentioned much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would say absolutely the evidence that you have been hearing is weighing heavily on all of our minds in the senior team. We are, to a person, committed to try and improve our system for serving and former serving members. We are pursuing initiatives across data, across surveys, across training, across doctrine that I just mentioned. We are keen to understand what are the other things we can do. I hope the colleagues who I had lunch with don't mind, but I had lunch with some of our serving members and they were just talking about how it's changed in the last 10 years. Now they ask, are you going okay? Are you having suicidal thoughts? That would not have occurred 10 years ago. It did not occur. So we are shifting as an institution. Things that felt deeply uncomfortable before are being normalised. And so if there's something extra to do, we will do it. And I think, to your point, Commissioner, on recommendations, I think our performance on recommendations is better where government has agreed and directed us to get on with it. And so that will be part of ultimately how we deal with your review, will be what government accepts and directs us to do.
Thank you. We certainly seem to have got a commitment from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Veteran Affairs for embracing and improving things, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Ms. Batten.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next topic I would like to ask you questions about, Associate Secretary, is the Defence Safety Behaviour Review. Are you familiar with that review?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just to give very brief context, Defence commenced the Safety Behaviour Review in September 2020, and the purpose was to establish a baseline of safety behaviours and culture across the defence enterprise.
Yes, that's correct.
And the review resulted in 26 findings and recommendations. Is that your... That's
my understanding.
Could we please display DEF 116700090001 at 0014? So it's the second paragraph and the last paragraph. If we could expand those, please. So the first paragraph speaks of safety behaviours being a key part of maintaining a resilient and healthy workforce, and talks about the particular situation of defence. And then in the final paragraph, it states the review found that this message and intent is undermined by the assumptions, traditions and norms that reduce the expectation of safety behaviours. The history of notifiable incidents demonstrates that Defence has not managed safety risks effectively on multiple occasions. My question for you is, do you agree with this overall finding?
Yes, I do.
The Commission heard evidence from Deputy Secretary People in hearing block 10 I have the transcript references for what she said, but and so I can take them if you prefer. Otherwise, I'll just set them out. She accepted that there was not one single recommendation of the Safety Behaviour Review was endorsed by a Tier 2 committee. She also stated that the Enterprise Business Committee agreed to the implementation plan without going through every single recommendation. The implementation plan was meant to capture the key recommendations, but it hadn't done that. And this approach that was her language at the time, is not Defence's regular practice. My questions for you are, why didn't the Enterprise Business Committee consider each of the recommendations in the Safety Behaviour Review report?
Can you bring up the paper that went to the committee? I'm not... Or her testimony, or Justine's testimony, pardon me.
Her evidence is 737061. And it's lines 31 to 32. I'm not sure that we have the brief that went to the EBC on the tender list, so I'm not sure I can take you to that.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with the example in the sense of we agreed to some set of recommendations against the judgment of the sponsor, which is how I've understood your question.
As I understood her evidence, it was that the Enterprise Business Committee agreed to the implementation plan that was developed, but without going through the specific recommendations. And her evidence was that they didn't, the recommendations themselves were not endorsed, but they took action to give effect, to give intent to the recommendations. So what we were trying to understand is why didn't the Enterprise Business Committee consider each of the recommendations in the Safety Behaviour Review report? Because the evidence of Deputy Secretary People was that's what normally happens, and the normal process wasn't, the regular practice wasn't factored here.
I'm sorry, I don't know. Just to confirm, the normal process, if we were to consider a report that had recommendations, would be that the sponsor, in this case Deputy Secretary People, would bring the paper and say, I want to seek agreement to these recommendations and here are the consequences, resourcing and the like. Here's our communications plan, here's how we're going to let the organisation know. It would be unusual for us to just agree without specific recommendations to agree to, or a document that sets them out.
We have a document reference for the brief. Sorry, it is on the tender list. DEF 1167 0009 0001. Just give you an opportunity to review that in case that assists.
Are you able to go to the next page for me, please?
Certainly. Can we go to page 2, please?
Okay. So I'm just, are you able to show me attachment C, which is the recommendations?
Yes, and I can also bring up the transcript of Ms Griggs' evidence, which was 737053. From lines 38 to 44. So the evidence of the Deputy Secretary was that she agreed the essential reason why the Enterprise Business Committee didn't adopt the recommendations themselves and accepted a watered-down implementation plan instead was because the committee was not satisfied that the report authors understood the defence context. Do you have knowledge of this? Were you involved in this decision?
Yes, because I remember this paper for the change in formality around reporting. I can see in the paper it describes this view that the implementation plan didn't understand some other feedback from groups and services, but was amended therefore. So I don't recall a conversation at EBC saying, don't agree the implementation plan committee members, as written, agree the gist of it. At the end of the day, Ms Greig is the accountable officer for Defence people, and if she brought forward the plan and said, I'm happy with this, it would not be unusual unless other groups and services who harboured those concerns raised them at EBC for us to agree the plan as amended.
Ms Grigg referred in her, or accepted that there was, it was not accepted because the committee was not satisfied the report authors understood the defence context. Are you able to assist us further on the specific elements of the defence context that were misunderstood?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
As we understand it, Defence engaged external experts to undertake this review.
Yeah, I get that from the paper. Yep.
Does it concern you that Defence engaged external experts to undertake such a significant review, but then subsequently determined these experts didn't understand the defence context?
It's a concern, but it's not an uncommon issue that consultants that come to work with us, if they've had no experience with defence, find us a tricky organisation to give advice to.
But would you accept that that is something that should be determined, understanding the defence context during the procurement process, rather than at the very end after the recommendations have been made?
Oh, I agree. It would be better practice to try and determine that up front and or to mitigate it through the work of the review process by, for example, putting a defence specialist in as part of the team.
Are you confident that the WHS strategy for 2023 to 28 will address the assumptions, traditions and norms that reduce the expectation of safety behaviours in defence? So will they be dealt with in that context?
I believe so, Council.
And are you able to point to any specific elements of the strategy that give you that confidence?
You'd have to bring it up for me. I'm sorry. I have been a bit overwhelmed with information the last few days. You know, the strategy is endorsed by the Secretary and CDF. Safety goes to the Defence Committee, or sorry, to the round table. We are committed, and people, as we've already talked about today, is critical to Defence's achievement of outcomes.
Commissioners, they were all the questions on this topic. If there was anything that you wish to ask at this point.
Thank you. Sorry, no, there aren't any at this stage.
Sorry, I missed it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Associate Secretary, I'm going to move to a new topic, which is the respite policy. I think as we've established, you're familiar with the Afghanistan inquiry report. Are you familiar with the report in relation to, the general report, the Afghan inquiry report?
The Brereton report?
Yes.
Yes.
And one of the recommendations was that pending a professional review of appropriate dwell times between operational deployments, an individual have a gap of 12 months between operational deployments. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Council.
And the final policy, which we can bring up, is DEF 1342 0001 0606 at 1203. As we understand it, the final policy in relation to respite has very narrow application. It applies to war-like circumstances.
Once it comes up, this is an area I have reviewed overnight. So the general mechanism is to apply in war-like circumstances, but there's also a capacity for any commander, that's not the right document, any commander to also assess that someone needs respite in a less than warlike circumstance due to high tempo or high time away from their home location.
It's page 1203 of that document. So just to clarify what you said, a commander has the capacity to give respite. Is that an enterprise level approach, or that is a service specific approach?
I think it only applies to the ADF.
When he gave, I'll wait till this comes up, it's page 12, it's of this document, it's page 1203. Certainly. Could this document please be displayed privately?
If we could just confirm that it is on display privately. Sorry, just one moment with the operators.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank
It
you.
was really only to show you the policy and to show that it applies in war-like circumstances, which I think.
So the policy is intended for respite, is intended to apply in warlike operations, but it has a further elaboration in the scope that says commanding officers and someone else, who just escapes me, are able to apply this policy if a member is, so at para 11.3, service career management agencies and COs may also wish to consider the application of respite periods in instances where a defence member is absent for their home location for significant periods on non-warlike operations or other arduous deployments.
So the default policy applies to warlike.
Yes.
But there's the capacity for an individual commander to apply it in particular circumstances.
In particular circumstances. So we're conscious, for instance, for our Navy sailors, they might be spending too much time at sea because of our manning challenges, and therefore would not have normally been able to get respite because we're not in a warlike circumstance, whereas the CO of that ship might say, actually, those mechanical technicians need a break, and this would be the policy authority to provide that.
You agree that fatigue is a factor that contributes to psychosocial risk?
Yes, fatigue is a risk factor.
And do you currently have any controls in place to manage the risk of fatigue?
Yes.
At an enterprise level?
No, I don't think I'd say they're at an enterprise level. They're at a level within units or teams.
You would,
It's an expectation of each manager that they are understanding the well-being and pressure on their team, and fatigue is something that can be felt anywhere in our organisation, and it needs to be, managed in terms of workloads or expectations.
but you'd agree that respite is one control for fatigue?
Yes.
And in order for respite to be an effective control against something like fatigue, would you agree that the respite policy would need to target the source of fatigue?
That may not be possible. So the policy is to provide for respite. The task that we might have our ADF members doing may not be able to stop. So we will need to deploy others to that, making more people fatigued in the process.
We understand that fatigue is an issue across Defence.
Yes, it exists in the civilian side as well.
Would you support a broadening of the respite policy to address the fatigue across Defence?
I think there's enough flexibility in APS leaders to be able to look after their workforce, because in the APS are not directed to do what our ADF members are required to do by their commanders. So I'm comfortable that this respite policy provides enough flexibility for those career management agencies and COs to offer respite where needed.
And then to the extent that there's more detail needed, that's an ADF issue, is that what you're saying? So if it's an ADF respite issue?
It's not been put to me, Council, that there are ADF members fatigued and not able to get any respite in their work unit.
Okay, understand. Would you agree, though, that having a more effective control for fatigue, there's potential for that to potentially address known workforce risks relating to separations?
I accept there's a connection between fatigue and a desire to separate.
But would you accept having a more effective control for fatigue has the potential to address those separation rates? Or at least the workforce risk relating to separation?
I concede that. The reason I'm hesitating is because many of our men and women are still going to be required to keep going. So we have a policy. It may be, particularly with our service numbers as they are at the moment, that we're putting the current serving men and women under more pressure and greater fatigue. And so, yes, I would love to be able to mitigate that further, but it's not clear to me how I do that with less people.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to the next topic of case, unless there are any questions at this point.
No, we're fine. Thank you.
So this is the topic of case management, which you gave evidence about on the last occasion. There were just a couple of points in your evidence that we would like to clarify
Yes.
to understand where things are up to. Your evidence on the last occasion regarding case was that it was being implemented in May this year.
That's correct.
That's right. And you mentioned the importance of ensuring there was an effective security model because it would be a significant problem if folks who were not entitled to have access to certain records were able to.
That's correct.
So can you clarify for us who will be able to use the case management system?
So we're training around 28,000 people inside Defence to use and access the case system. It replaces 16 16 incident-related systems and brings their information into the one, so migrates all of the historical data into one place.
Are you able to give us at a very broad level who the 28,000 are and where their seniority in defence?
So it's completely spread. So any commanding officer at the lowest level, any people who work in incident management, investigation, complaint management, in the service headquarters that need to support their chiefs in reporting from the system. So it's an array of people who need to be able to input an incident, to people who will participate in an investigation, to write what they're doing, through to the conclusion of that investigation, and then people who will drive the reporting to enable us to assess how this is working.
And on the last occasion, you stated that CASE will provide for the first time a representation of every team in the defence organisation at the lowest level. Is it the intention of CASE not just to consolidate multiple incident reporting systems into one single system, but also to enable particular trends to be identified?
Yes, so the benefit of having all of this in the system is for the first time we'll be able to see longitudinal data by our smallest team unit, or as units grow up all the way up to a ship's company or a brigade, so that we can form judgments about which parts of our system are under stress.
So from what you've just said, commanders will be able to access unit level data from CASE, is that right?
Yes, if they've got the right, if they've done the training, then yes.
Okay, and so commanders will be able to identify trends in relation to unacceptable behaviour, including sexual misconduct?
Yes.
Will commanders be able to generate reports themselves, or will they rely on a central team to provide reports?
No, they will be able to generate reports themselves.
You gave evidence to the Commission that when CASE comes in a couple of months' time, we are migrating all of the historical incidents. Can you just clarify how far back?
It's from the inception of those systems, so it varies by system. I could come back on notice with, but some of them are back early 2000s or even before.
So it's the entirety of the data held by each of the systems?
Yes, whatever the history is in each of those systems, that's all coming in.
Okay, thank you. When you gave evidence to the Commission on the last occasion, you stated that Defence will be integrating all incident data into the new case management system this May, but that you were not aware how Defence might be dealing with sexual misconduct incidents in that process, and that you'd review before you came back. Could you clarify for us what sexual misconduct incident data from administrative and disciplinary systems is being integrated into the case system for the planned May 2024 release?
So all of the sexual misconduct data is being implemented. The exception is any reporting that has been done to SEMPRO, because SEMPRO is about supporting the victim. That information will stay separated, but every other incident, whether it's the Army Incident Management System or Comtrack, the complaint system, all of that will be in.
As I understand SEMPRO, it's not reporting to SEMPRO.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will any sexual misconduct data, apart from the SEMPRO information given to SEMPRO, will any other sexual misconduct incident data not be integrated into the case management system at all?
No, my understanding is all of it will be.
When you gave evidence to the Commission on the last occasion, you stated that Sentinel data would not be integrated into the case management system before 2026. Does that remain the case?
At this juncture, so So this year, we're doing the May release, and I've got another major release hopefully in September. We are programmed to make another set of significant changes in October of 25. We're still reviewing what comes next for some of these other systems like Sentinel. So at this stage, it's likely 2026, but we are bringing the other personnel systems outside of payroll in 2025. So it may be we bring Sentinel earlier. It's just that's not been decided yet.
But do you agree having all that Sentinel data is essential for leaders to understand trends in psychosocial risk?
I think, yes, the vision is to bring all of these separate systems into the new platform. But as we go 16 to 1, we will make it easier for a manager or commander because there'll be all of it one, and then you could look in Sentinel, so you would only have 2 places to go versus today. But that it doesn't diminish the point. Yes, my intent is to bring it all together.
But so on the current plan, defence leaders won't be able to use that Sentinel data and do trend analysis to try and mitigate social risks.
That is the current plan, yes.
Is there any capacity to bring that earlier?
There may be.
And until that's all combined, do you agree that that will continue to inhibit Defence's ability to deliver targeted prevention initiatives or assess the effectiveness of current policies in relation to psychosocial risks?
It makes it more difficult, yes.
I'm going to turn to the topic of the Ombudsman report, unless I need to pause now, otherwise I'll carry on. Mr. Yiannopoulos, are you familiar with the Ombudsman report, Defending Fairness? Does Defence handle unacceptable behaviour complaints effectively?
Yes, I am, Counsel.
Can we please, operator, display DVS 0012 0001 0688 and the recommendations at 0674. They're in graphic at 0674 and then text from 0675. This Ombudsman report was only delivered in December 2023, but we would be interested in any update on Defence's progress in its implementation of the recommendations.
Council, the people group that largely has accountability for largely who's doing the work for me on this, is bringing I think it is in April, it's certainly not this week, the implementation plan. Some of it is already underway. We've just been speaking about the case management system, so complaint handling will be implemented in May. Where we're trying to do some organisational design is this centralised, specialised complaint unit. The report has been accepted by Secretary. I think it was only the Secretary, and it's made it clear in the minute that I'm accountable to ensure the delivery of these recommendations.
Can we turn to recommendation 3, which is down the bottom of 0675 and goes over the next page? Is this what you just referred to as the alternative model that's outside the chain of command?
Yes.
What do you see as the benefits to Defence in implementing this recommendation? And in particular, a complaints handling process that is outside the chain of command?
I think the benefits will be to members who feel it is difficult to raise a complaint within their chain of command, that they will have an alternative channel to go to. It will give me more confidence that our complaint system is therefore of greater efficacy, because you'll be able, when people say, well, I didn't complain because I didn't feel comfortable, and say, well, there's another channel. So in my mind, it meets many of the observations that are made in this report. And I've heard since joining Defence that sometimes it's difficult to, if you've got an issue in your unit, to complain if you are the person who's aggrieved. And so, but there's some work to do here to ensure we don't have unintended consequences on command.
This was a similar recommendation to recommendation 5.2 of the BOSS report, which I can bring up. It's INQ 000000011584, recommendation 5.2 at page 1748. That recommendation was also directed to Defence creating a complaint handling process that is independent from the chain of command. I understand that you said things need to be worked through, but for victims of unacceptable behaviour who would benefit from a complaints mechanism outside the chain of command, can you explain to the Commission what is the justification for a close to 3-year delay in the implementation of a new mechanism?
I'm not sure. You reminded me of a piece of work I didn't do. I'm not sure what we did, that is the Defence Institution did with the BOSS report. I don't think we ever agreed the implementation of the recommendations in a formal sense. So if you like, to your proposition, I accept that there's a 3-year delay since her report and now the Ombudsman's. All I can say is I've been given the accountability and we'll implement the review from the Ombudsman. But I accept that they are the same, largely the same recommendation.
Recommendation 3 from the Ombudsman provides an option to Defence of either creating a new unit or tasking an existing unit with overseeing the complaints handling process. Are you able to give us any indication of where Defence's thinking is headed in this regard?
I'm going to create a unit in People Services Division outside of the chain of command.
Okay.
That people can.
Be a new unit?
It will be a unit.
But separate to any individuals?
Yes, it will be in this. It'll be in my part of the organisation and centrally.
Operator, would you please display DEF 1321 0001 0592? And I think this goes to your point before about whether Defence accepted the BOSS recommendations. We're interested in line 20, cells E and K. As we understand this, Defence said there would be nil impacts from implementing these recommendations as mechanisms already do exist. I take it from what you've said in relation to recommendation 3 of the Ombudsman's report, Defence's thinking on this has changed such that they do recognise that there's benefits of having a reporting mechanism outside the chain of command?
So I'm just not familiar with the
Sorry.
table. I'm just trying to orient. I think it was in my pack, but I do find these spreadsheets a bit hard going to.
Absolutely.
Yes.
This, it's row 20, cell E, and I'm not sure if we're able to pull these up, and row 20, cell K. As we understand this document, this is reviewing comments or recommendations or things that have arisen, for example.
So this is the work of my task force, I think, this spreadsheet, attempting to predict what the Royal Commission might suggest we need to do.
Right, I understand.
Yep.
So this is not a past assessment of whether or not the boss...
No, this is...
Okay.
I asked the head of the Royal Commission Task Force, and they were already on top of it, of course, start tracking what you think the commissioners might recommend so we can start thinking about what are the parts of our organisation that are going to have to shift.
Okay. But so the material point is Defence accepts recommendation 3 of the Ombudsman report.
Yes.
And you're working to implement that.
Yes.
Do you have a time frame for when you anticipate that that will be functional?
I believe they're bringing a plan to me next month in April. When will it be functional? I don't know because I haven't seen the plan.
Okay.
But I will give it some haste. It's clearly been recommended for a while. We can start.
Okay. And are you able to give assurance to the Commission and members that the recommendation 3 will be implemented in a way that will result in meaningful reform?
Yes.
What is Defence's initial plans for measuring and evaluating the effectiveness of its implementation of the Ombudsman's recommendations?
I haven't seen our implementation plan. All I've seen is the recommendations from the Ombudsman. But my expectation is we will use survey data to both ask something like, have you needed to make a complaint? Was the complaint experience easy? And did you feel restricted in any way in engaging with it? It'll be some sort of to get after what is behind the recommendation, that people feel uncomfortable are unable outside of the chain of command to make a complaint.
And do you see any value in Defence's implementation being subject to a robust outcomes evaluation once the recommendations are embedded and operational?
I have no difficulty with that as a proposition.
Commissioners, I'm going to move to the topic of military justice, unless you wanted me to pause.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you some questions about legal assistance that is provided to ADF members and, in certain circumstances, former members at the Commonwealth's expense for service-related legal issues. Are you aware of the need identified by the Director of DCS for DCF to be independent of Command and Defence Legal?
Yes.
And Lieutenant General Natasha Fox gave evidence about this on Wednesday last week. Have you had a chance to review her evidence on this issue?
Yes, I have, Counsel.
Okay. Operator, would you please display DEF 1341 0002 0034? This is a brief to you, re Defence Council Services Restructural Proposal, signed 27 October 2023. Have you seen this brief before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And could we please expand paragraphs 2 to 4 in the first instance? Just running through it very briefly, in paragraph 2, it identifies that in 2012, the Moon-Webber review into the delivery of legal services to the ADF recommended that DCS should be independent from the chain of command, including from Defence Legal. And then in paragraph 3, steps were taken for legislative amendments to give recognition to the position of Defence Legal to Defence Counsel. In paragraph 4, in 2020, CDF directed that DCF centralise and manage the provision of legal assistance to all current and former ADF members. And then if we go to paragraph 5 and expand paragraphs 5, 6 and 7, please. The assessment was that to date, DCS independence has only been partially achieved. Although DDCS reports directly to the Associate Secretary, much of DCS operations are administered by Defence Legal, including human resources and ASL funding. And the point is made that this stands in contrast to the degree of independence enjoyed by other military justice entities. Paragraph 6 outlines the positions and the resources, and paragraph 7 refers to the transfer of 8 ASEL to DCS, and as well as the associated workforce budget and the DCS operating budget. The parts that I want to ask you about are paragraphs 8 and 9. Which is the desired end state for DCS, that all APS positions belong to an independent DCS department without the requirement for contractor support and reliance on Defence Legal for resourcing. And paragraph 9 set out how this was proposed to be done. If we go back to the first page at 0034, recommendation C was to approve the creation of and funding for additional 8 APS 4 administrative officer positions, and at an expected cost of approximately $1 million per year, funded in the Associate Secretary group, in order to convert Defence Legal funded DCS contractors into DCF APS 4 positions and allow the DCS APS 5 paralegal workforce to return to Defence Legal in 2024. Your response to this brief is at 0036. And paragraph C was not approved.
Commissioners, I think this may be on the public feed and should be.
I apologise.
I think it's the wrong version that may be on the.
Can we please make sure this is on the private feed? Do you need us to cut the feed?
If it's gone up, yes, thank you.
If it comes back onto the private feed, no doubt it could continue, couldn't it?
I'll just confirm that this is now on the private feed. This is on the private feed. And also, has the feed been cut? Yes. So just to confirm, this is now on the private feed and the past feed has been cut. I'm sorry.
Sorry, just before my learned friend goes on, I just want to clarify. I understand that there are confidentiality claims in relation to this document that have been accepted, but for some reason the document that's been displayed is the unredacted version. So that's the issue. If we had the redacted version, it could be displayed publicly. But the version that was brought up was unredacted.
Thank you. Can the redacted version be brought up?
I'm sure that's my mistake, Commissioner, that I've called up the wrong number.
It'd be underscore R, wouldn't it, the redacted version?
I'm told not necessarily.
Okay.
We're going to bring up the redacted version. So we should now have the redacted version on screen. Yes, thank you. My apologies. Ms. Yiannopoulos, I took you to the recommendation about the workforce. On this page, it's not approved, and then At the bottom, there's a note. Well, sorry, at the right is a handwritten note which has been translated down the bottom. Could we expand the translated part, please? Which says, I can support the ASL but not further funding. We should be cost neutral with these changes. We are converting contractors. I don't have the extra $ at this time, money, MY 2710. Can you explain to the Commission what you meant by this?
So ASL and ADF member budgets are carried in our workforce budget. So if you provide ASL coverage, then they are funded automatically. Contractors are paid for out of operating expenditure. Given the director was seeking to convert contractors, I wasn't also going to top up with $1 million. So the intent of my answer here was, yes, you can have the extra people, but I don't think I need to give you any more money.
So is the effect of this that while you as Associate Secretary approve the transfer of positions out of Defence Legal and into DCS so that DCS is able to reduce the number of staff that are owned or funded by Defence Legal, you're not prepared to support additional funding for DCS to have the staff of its own?
No, the staff get funded by virtue of the ASL existing. All of our workforce is funded through a central workforce budget, and so if they've got ASL coverage, their salary and wages and leave and everything will be paid for.
But is the net result that DCS Legal had all the staff that he needed to operate independently?
Yes, the net result is that the director believes he has enough people to deal with the council services workload, whether that's supporting members going through investigative processes or the large volume work that relates to wills. He was satisfied that he hadn't had enough people to do that.
Okay, and that's just you transferring over the ASL?
Enables
right?
him to employ more public servants.
Okay.
Separate to Defence Legal.
So was he given people but no further funding, is that right?
Yes, but the funding flows when he's allowed to recruit ASL.
So he got...
I know it's a weird concept, but the ASL is equivalent, when I give him 8 ASL, it's equivalent to also giving him the salary dollars to pay that 8 ASL.
Okay, and he estimated that that would be close to $1 million, so is that effectively what he got?
Yes.
Okay. Can you update the Commission on the status of the stated need to achieve greater independence of DCS? So they've got the staff now. Are there any more initiatives underway to ensure their greater independence?
There's not. The only thing that would happen in addition would be to make the director a statutory appointment in the same way as applies to the Director of Military Prosecutions or the JAG and the like. That's not currently something I'm pushing, but it's a conversation that the director and I are having. There are a number of intersecting pieces of work going on at the moment. The Inspector General of the ADF has got a 20-year review underway that should deliver to me relatively soon its findings. So there may be an opportunity down the track to introduce some further legislative change around the military justice, what do they call it, construction in our legislation.
One final issue on this topic is the resourcing of Defence Council services. Operator, would you please display DF 1316 0001 0189 at paragraph 143. paragraph 143. I'm sorry, I brought up the wrong document. I was looking for the document that has the resourcing of Defence Council services, which we will get brought up. As we understand it, between 24 October 2021 and 24 October 2023, DCS received 19,864 requests for legal assistance from current and former ADF members. I'll bring the document up, but is that approximately?
That
sounds right. And they comprised of 79 requests for representation before a court martial or defence force magistrate, 14,306 requests for a will or power of attorney, and 5,479 requests relating to or not relating to the member's service. So I think it'll be in the tables at 12.1 and 12.2. My question for you, Mr. Yiannopoulos, is putting to one side the request in relation to wills, do you consider that DCS is fully and adequately resourced in terms of staff numbers, experience and competencies to be able to deal with all the requests it receives for legal assistance?
I think its staffing is adequate at the moment. If you looked at where we were probably 18 months ago, we were well behind on wills and meeting our service standard. So for now, I feel we're comfortable, but that's an ongoing conversation between the director and myself. If he feels he needs further resourcing, that's a case he can make with me.
And when you say staffing is adequate, are you talking there in terms of numbers or also experience and breadth of legal experience?
Well, the director would raise both with me. I'm specifically talking about numbers because I'm not a legal practitioner. Whilst the director reports to me, the legal competency of the lawyers who work for the director or Defence Counsel Services have their competency supported by one of the most senior military lawyer. And so I've certainly heard examples of complaints, but it's not been raised to me as a systemic weakness in Defence Counsel Services.
So at this point, there's been no request for more?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Can I move more generally to the military justice system? As the Commission understands it, there's no formal risk framework that presently exists for the military justice system. Is that right?
I think that's correct.
Are you aware that decisions were made by the VCDF on the allocation of resources based on weighing of resources available against risk in the absence of any risk assessment to inform that prioritisation?
No, I'm not specifically aware. I don't know that I recollect that. So I've reviewed the handover takeover brief when VCDF was passing the military justice accountability to Chief of Personnel, General Fox, but I don't recall that being mentioned.
It's Chief Risk Officer. Can you clarify what your responsibility is in supporting committees to establish formal risk frameworks?
So as Chief Risk Officer, I set the enterprise policy, the enterprise risk appetite statement, and deliver the policy and supporting systems, there is an expectation per the risk management policy that each committee or accountable domain is managing their risks and mitigating them. But for a committee that's not part of the enterprise committees, that would be an expectation that is on the chair of that committee to ensure they were treating risk in their work program.
Okay. And do you have any role in understanding and driving governance improvements when breakdowns occur, for example, where matters are not escalated, risks are not escalated above committees?
Yes.
And can you just briefly outline what your role is?
Well, I would. Well, my role, because I'm accountable for governance and risk in the place, if I came to my attention that an issue that has been underway has not been escalated and I thought it should be, I would speak to the relevant accountable officer and ask them to bring a paper forward for the relevant committee. I also am one of the advisors to our independent audit and risk committee, and so that would be a second line that I would follow. Is we have every group head and service chief comes through the audit and risk committee each year to talk about their risks, to share them with our external committee and to provide some advice on how they're treating them and mitigating them. So there are a few different ways I try and discharge that risk accountability.
I only have one more topic, Commissioner, so I might just finish that and then hand over to you.
Thank you.
The final topic is about implementation and reflection. Can you clarify for us what will be your role in the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations?
It's a little bit to be determined, but my expectation is I will have accountability to deliver any recommendations that relate to governance of defence, improvements in performance measurement of defence, our risk system. I will obviously have oversight over areas that fall underneath my accountability, so the people group, and I suspect they will get a large share of the recommendations between DepSec people and Chief of Personnel, and ultimately I will be providing advice to Defence Committee on the resourcing that will be required to implement the recommendations from the Royal Commission, including the advice to government about what that will mean.
Having heard the issues that we've discussed today and issues in the last few weeks, this hearing block, in particularly in relation to weaknesses in the governance process, can you talk to the Commission about what you intend to do about any of those weaknesses that have been identified?
Thanks, Council. One of the things that has become clearer to me through this hearing block is a weakness when we refer things to a committee, a subordinate committee, in that committee picking up the intent as well as the activities that are required to close it out, and us knowing that it's effectively been treated. And so I'm giving some thought, and I think in my evidence earlier today I talked about we're systematising how that works. But I am thinking a bit more about what's the, for want of a better description, what's the dashboard that for each accountable officer gives me the list of activities that they're accountable for delivering and an assessment of how that's going. So it's in my mind, it's a, you know, might have colours on it, green, amber and red. But when I look at, and I've particularly observed this as I prepared for this, the volume of material that the place generates, and there's the simplicity of, so who's doing what and is it on track? Particularly in committees I don't attend, because I don't attend any of the Tier 3 committees, I want to pick up the urgency with which we implement things. And I think I need a measurement technique to do that. That's transparent, that keeps individuals under some pressure to push for the change that's needed in their domain.
Has your understanding of the risk factors for suicide evolved since you started as Associate Secretary?
Yes.
And can you explain to us how they've evolved?
I think I've understood more about how complex an issue it is and how so many factors in our workplace or our environment can contribute to it. I've also understood, sadly, that with all the effort we're putting to, the data is not trending in the right direction. It's not lowering. And so what it's meant to me is this is a very complex problem with a multifaceted solution needed, where we are optimising our training, our leadership, our systems and surveillance, our reporting, to hope to get to that state where we may be able to predict someone who's at risk and intervene.
I was going to ask you about what levers you can use as Associate Secretary to more effectively control those risk factors. I understand from what you just said, it's the data.
So data is a particular lever I have. Driving the training, prioritising time for people in our busy work life to say this is more important than something else. Those are giving it emphasis in the enterprise priority statement as the only unclassified view of our priorities within defence.
You were asked a question about implementing recommendations and what would assist defence, and as I understood your answer, there were clear recommendations that had a time deadline. What do you think would assist defence in implementing recommendations with an outcome focus?
Clarity around what the outcome looks like. If you like, what does success look like? How would you know you've achieved that outcome?
I'll just check to make sure that there's nothing else. Just one moment, sorry. They're all the questions for the Associate Secretary. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I just have a couple of questions. First one is just about dealing with recommendations in the broad. Ideally, whenever a report or a review is done, recommendations are made, they would take into account the context of the organisation, etc. Sometimes that's not possible for a range of reasons. Sometimes it's just not done.
Yeah.
So I'm keen then to understand, and I know that there's a process, depending on the nature of the review, sometimes government determines the response, sometimes if it's more internal, defence will determine the response. But what's the process that you would go through within defence to, I guess, come to a decision about whether or not you accept a recommendation that might be made? I mean, you know, in my head, it's things like, is it advisable? Is it feasible? Is it affordable? All of those kinds of things. And sometimes you may then accept it. You might say, well, I accept it in principle, but I've got to modify it in some way. Maybe that's kind of rolling it together, as we heard about in the Defence Safety Behaviour Review. And I kind of accept all of those things probably happen. The issue is the transparency of the process. Because I'm just sitting here thinking about the Defence Safety Behaviour Review. There was some decisions made, and it appears that it's not clear how or why those decisions were made. So is there a way in which Defence would ordinarily seek to make those things transparent? And I'm thinking here particularly about an internal review that's not public, that kind of mostly would go to a committee and they'd decide something, and it might get recorded in the minutes, but not necessarily particularly well. Is there scope for better transparency around how and why certain decisions about recommendations get made?
Commissioner, I think there absolutely is. I think something that I've thought important since rejoining Defence is, if you decide not to accept a recommendation or to partially accept it, you need to justify on what basis. That is more easy or easier if the recommendation is an internally generated, a consultancy report or something that Defence has paid for. If it is a report that has to be decided upon by government, that is going to be more tricky, because our advice to the government will be confidential by nature, and what they then tell us they agree to will be what ends up being the public record. It is rarely, in my experience, articulated publicly the deliberations that the government went to in coming to that. So all I would say is, the clearer the recommendations are that are feasible and able to be implemented, then most likely the government will agree them if it's within their gift. Where we think it's unachievable, either financially or because of the scale of change that it might generate, that means we don't believe we could continue to deliver the outcomes Defence as government seeks of us, then that will be more tricky. But I'm in your hands. I would prefer it to be as public, because I think for the families and people who have called for this Royal Commission, they will want to see us implementing the recommendations.
Thank you. That's actually very helpful. Can I just then go back? The Afghanistan inquiry report, and then we had the Afghanistan inquiry implementation oversight panel, and we heard from them last week, the week before, whenever it was, and they said that the Brereton report, the Afghanistan inquiry report, indicated, some failings, but what it hadn't spoken about was failings around culture and leadership and in governance and accountability that sat behind, I guess, what they described in terms of the actual report itself. I think here at this Royal Commission, we've been examining issues of culture, leadership, governance and accountability. And I think we've conveyed in many of our questionings, we're seeking to understand how much that has contributed to the issue of suicide in Defence and veterans. And I think it's fair to say that we do think there's been failings there in culture, leadership, governance and accountability. But those failings go back over many, many years. It's not just about current leadership. But there are some key lessons to be learnt. Key messages will be in our report, but some key lessons to be learnt. I guess the issue that I wanted to explore, we've had senior defence people come before us, and I think everyone is accepting that there have been failings and then things need to change. But I'm conscious of the fact that there are many former serving leaders to whom this message would apply, in a sense, and those individuals, whilst they may not be in positions of leadership within Defence now, are still in positions of influence. They sit on committees, they do reviews, they conduct consultancies, they talk to ministers, politicians more broadly. So my question is, how does or will the department actually engage with those former senior leaders as influential people still in the sector to actually share the learnings from this Royal Commission and to actually discuss the implications of it with them? Has any consideration been given to that?
Thanks, Commissioner. Look, I haven't heard specific consideration, but there is no reason we wouldn't open up a dialogue with our former leaders. When we do major reviews, like the Defence Strategic Review and now the National Defence Strategy, it's quite proper that particularly our service chiefs reach out to their former chiefs and brief them in private about the why, the what, because as you put to me, they are commentating, they have access to ministers, they are providing support to us through boards or reviews. And so I think it'd be very sensible to build an understanding in our former leaders what we all got wrong and so that they're part of the shared narrative about what we're doing about it, and hopefully are advocates for the change that we are making to the institution. One of the things I love about Defence is the people join here as children and stay all the way through. And so there is enormous vested interest in where our institution is heading. So I think it's a very good idea. I will take it up. I'll write myself a note, because we will have a big communication strategy internally and externally for sure. I just hadn't thought about those former leaders as advocates for the change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Yiannopoulos, but I don't have any further questions.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I just had one issue to raise. We've discussed ad nauseum, Associate Secretary, as you can appreciate, the dozens of inquiries that preceded us, and you've had Brereton and Hocking and everything else, and now the Royal Commission, obviously. Is there anywhere within Defence something like a central repository for lessons learned, where corporate memory, if you like, is stored so that history doesn't keep repeating itself? Is there anyone monitoring and keeping tabs on? I'm sure you have a really broad range of inquiries and recommendations land on your lap every year.
So there is a function that sits within my Enterprise Transformation and Governance Division called Enterprise Lessons. Candidly, Commissioner, this is something we're not great at. It's difficult. I was only talking about this with the Secretary yesterday, or anyway, very recently. We're an organisation that's constantly moving forward, constantly dealing with issues of the day, taskings from government. There is enormous enthusiasm from the senior team to not relearn lessons. Getting the senior team together so that we can share the lessons is tricky. getting time for people to reflect. So when your report comes, we will have some mechanisms, some events to take the senior team out to engage with your recommendations to try and do that. But I would be, pieces of work like General Hocking's are of very high quality, and I ran a workshop with all of the senior team to try and make sure we learnt the lessons and there were flow-on impacts. But I would not want to overstate. I think we have a long way to go as an organisation maturing to ensure that when we've observed something, we can affect the training, the systems and our governance system to make sure that it won't recur.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your candour. But the bottom line is this Royal Commission has highlighted some very significant issues on a massive scale.
Yes.
I would hope this isn't just, one more sort of lessons learnt to go into the unit that you've mentioned. There has to be a sort of fundamental shift in somebody being tasked with being a central repository of all this information. Anyway, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating, and we'll certainly be watching.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Ms Mort, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have any questions. However, there were two matters that I just wish to raise. One is that there was a matter that I think the witness was asked to take on notice in relation to whether there were any other controls. So I'm just noting that we'll take that away.
Thank you.
The second matter is that in answer to some questions in relation to the document that is called a performance logic model, the witness mentioned the portfolio budget statements and the need to look at the further information in those statements. And I had understood that my learned friend was going to come to that, but we didn't get there. I understand that there is a more than 200-page document, which is the portfolio budget statement, which the Commission, at least for 2023-24, doesn't have. So what I propose is that we have an opportunity to provide that and any further statement addressing that to the extent that it deals with the evidence about performance measures that was given today.
Thank you, Ms Batten. Did you have a view?
I think that would be very welcome. Thank you, Commissioners. We'd be grateful for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Mort. Nothing else?
No, thank you. Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Ms Batten, any matters arising?
No matters arising. Thank you, Chair.
If there are no other issues, yep.
May the witness please be excused from the summary.
I was just about to do that. If there's no other issues, we'll firstly, thank you for your evidence today, Associate Secretary. We know it's been a long day. You occupied the whole day today, which doesn't happen that often, and we know we've covered a whole lot of ground, which is very helpful for us. We appreciate that. We appreciate your effort. You're excused from your summons to appear today. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
If there are no other issues, we'll adjourn till, I understand, it's 8:30 tomorrow morning. Okay.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 8:30 a.m. Tuesday, 26 March.